Let me locate my own program here.
Okay.
I think it should. I'm trying to get my program. I think it's around that 30 minutes, but let me open my program.
It's 30
Registrar.
minutes.
Okay.
The president is 30 minutes.
30 minutes.
30 minutes.
Okay.
30 minutes. Okay.
Registrar. Okay.
Yes, sir.
It's 30 minutes, sir, I believe.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay then.
Yes, it's 30 minutes.
All right.
It's 30 minutes.
Okay.
Mm.
Okay.
So we are good to go now.
Yeah, I believe so. So should I continue to share or should I stop the sharing?
No, stop the sharing.
No, you can stop. Yippee! YouTube is working.
Stop the sharing.
Okay.
This one is working. So let me quickly delete all of that one.
All right.
Registrar.
Yes, sir.
Professor Ignacio said he can't hear or see anything.
Can you see him? Can you see Professor?
Is he somewhere there?
He's not there. We are checking the list of people that have entered here. It's not there. He's not at the backstage, sir.
Okay, let me communicate him.
At the backstage, we can see the president, we can see Dr. Moses Arokoyo, we can see Dr. Ellen, we can see Dr. Benedict, we can see you, but we can't see him at the back end. It's not there. And I started with the president.
Good morning, sir.
Hey, Lolo.
Yeah. Yes, sir. I can't, sir.
Let me start. Hello, good morning. It's another continuing education seminar for 2025, and I'm glad to announce to us that all is set now. Obviously, we have all been looking forward to today. Incidentally, this is the month of July, the 7th month of the year, a very special month that the Veterinary Council is reaching out to the entire world. Because as we speak, we have people from all over the world, United States of America, from Europe, from Spain, from Brazil, from Netherlands, from African countries, because one of our resource places is in Tanzania, and all the 36 states of the Federation are gathered this morning for this very, very important assignment of the Veterinary Council of Nigeria, which is our mandatory continuing education program. I don't want to preempt what will happen, but I just want to announce to you that I'm glad to announce to you that you are in for a very, very wonderful time today. All is set. As you can see on our WhatsApp pages, we have 6 resource persons that have been well listed. Incidentally, most of them are professors who have been working in that field for years. Many of them have made a lot of discovery. And as God will have it, by divine arrangement, the person to start with us this morning is Dr. Muyiwa Benedict. You need to listen to him. He has become fish himself because he is living with fish. Everything about him is fish. And all over the world, he has been able to prove what he knows. So I don't want to let the cat out of the bag. I'm just excited that this is happening in my time. This is happening, and I'm so excited that today is going to be a wonderful day. A lineup of activity is there for us, and I want you to fasten your seatbelt and get ready for all the menu as we begin to dish them out. There can be no dull moment today. No dull moment. Everybody is set. All is set. And this is one of the very special days when I see my president is in tie. Prof like his native wear very well. But when you see Prof in tie, there is serious business. So I'm so excited. So excited. So let me now yield the microphone to the next person on our program, who will take us from where we are. And the next person that I will hand over to is the chairman of the continuing education, Professor P.H. Bameyi. Chairman, over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Registrar. It's beautiful, wonderful to be part of the making of history this beautiful, wonderful morning. Some of us probably it's a little bit too early in the morning for those who are joining us from the US. And then for some people, maybe it's later in the afternoon. But for us, it's morning here in Nigeria. We're glad that you are part of this mandatory continuing education program for 2025. And we have a lineup of some of the best people in these different fields around the world, just like the registrar has mentioned. And I'm glad that they are already online. Most of them are already at the backstage waiting to come up on the studio. So I will just give some brief opening remarks. And if you can see my slides there, the theme for this continuing education program for this beautiful day, 10th July, 2025, is new trends and recent advances in veterinary medicine. And before I comment on that, let me quickly appreciate the president of the Veterinary Council of Nigeria, Professor Matthew Adamu, for giving us the privilege to organize this continuing education seminar. I want to appreciate the continuing education committee of the VCN, made up of very wonderful, dynamic, hardworking, diligent people and experts, and in their own fields. These are authorities in their own fields. And we've been working together over the days and weeks and months. And today is a beautiful day for us that this program, the continuing education, is taking off. So please fasten your seatbelts, get your cup of coffee, maybe some popcorn, and maybe some granite or whatever you need, so that you can stay put and relax and enjoy these presentations. Probably you can have a pen and a book by your side to jot down one or two things. Feel free to ask questions when the time comes. Let's interact, let's talk together. Feel free to make comments when the time comes. And please minimize every form of distraction, because this one, continuing education, comes only once or twice in a year. And you know that it is a mandatory requirement for the annual practicing license. Now, let me begin by the quotation of Mary Kay Ash, that there are three types of people in this world: those who make things happen, those who watch things happen, and those who wonder what happened. The fact that you are part of this continuing education program, 2025, I believe means you're in the first category of those who make things happen. Those who make things happen in our profession, those who are helping the profession to progress, to advance, to move forward, to explore the heights and conquer the heights. And for us to really do this, we must bridge generational gaps. Those of us who are a little bit senior and the very senior of the seniors, there is need for mentorship of younger colleagues that are coming up in the profession. And that is why one of the things we emphasize in this continuing education is leadership qualities in this profession. We need to be leaders in our areas of specialty. Yeah. We need to show others the way to go. Great leaders don't tell you what to do. They show you how it is done. They say, well, do this. This will be the result. Why? Because they have followed that path. They have been there before. So they know how it is done. So this issue of mentorship is very important. As we are beginning this continuing education today, 10th July 2025, let's reflect on leadership. Are we truly mentoring people? Are we good mentors? Are we helping younger ones in the profession who are coming up to become great? And you see, when you talk about mentorship, you talk about mastery of the art, mastery of skills, mastery of our specialties. It is like handling a snake, but it is not just enough for you to handle the snake. Can you train other people also to handle the snakes? Can you train other people to handle difficult things, challenging things? That is what mentorship is about. You see, we've been able to train this young lady, this young man, look at them handling even a bigger snake, a bigger python. Mentorship is your ability to reproduce yourself, to produce people who are like you, and people who will do better than you, people who will excel in your field of specialization. And in fact, they will even be able to do more than you've done, because we have to keep growing. We have to keep advancing. We have to keep progressing. So while we are undergoing this continuing education, program today, please let's reflect on what contributions we're making to make our profession better, make our profession grow, make our profession be the best that it can be on earth. And that is why I'll be rounding up with the words of Mahatma Gandhi. Be the change you want to see in the world, he said. And I say, be the change that you want to see in the veterinary profession. Be what you want our profession to become in Nigeria, in Africa, around the world. As I welcome us to Continue Education 2025, I want us to relax, enjoy all the keynote addresses. We have 2 keynote addresses coming from some of the best people you can think of on earth, who are extremely knowledgeable in their fields of specialization. Professor Tomori will be speaking. Professor Ignacio Morayan Uria from Spain will be speaking. We have a lineup of plenary speakers, some of the best that you can think of in various fields that will be talking to us from different parts of the world and even from within Nigeria here. So I want you to relax and enjoy this continuing education. So with these few words, I want to welcome all of us to this Professional Continuing Education 2025. And I want to encourage us to relax, enjoy ourselves today, interact, ask questions, and I'm sure at the end of the day, all of us will be happy that we're part of this continuing education program. Thank you very much. You're welcome.
Okay, that was the voice of the chairman of the Continuing Education, Professor P.H. Bameyi. Each time he speaks, you will definitely take something. People who watch things happen, who make things happen, and the likes. And I'm glad you are all people that make things happen. With very exhilarating joy in my heart, I want to welcome the President of the Veterinary Council of Nigeria, Professor Matthew Adamu, FCVS and KSM, for his welcome address. My President, you're welcome, sir.
Thank you, Registrar. Thank you very much. Thank you, Professor P.H. Bameyi, for that opening remarks. Fellow colleagues, today we are gathered from every part of the world to perform one of our responsibilities we took during our oath-taking ceremony as veterinarians to continuously improve our knowledge so that we can serve our patients, the clients, and the society better. I want to express my gratitude to the chairman of the CE committee, Professor P.H. Bameyi, and members of his committee, the registrar of the Veterinary Council of Nigeria, and the entire staff of the VCN for the last few weeks of preparation that has culminated into this day. I also want to welcome all our speakers, our erudite professors, Professor Oyewale Tomori, our great-grandfather in the profession. I want to welcome Professor Ignacio from Spain. I think we're at the World Veterinary Conference in Barcelona 2018. I was there, and if my memories are not failing me, this face was equally there in Barcelona. And I enjoyed my stay in Barcelona for that 1 week. It was a great moment. Professor Ignacio We welcome you, and one day we hope we'll see you in Nigeria in person. We welcome all the other speakers, Professor M.I. Ahmed, Professor Rauf Adisa, Dr. Muiwa, and my sister, Dr. Mary Makondes of the World Small Association of Veterinary, World Small Animal Veterinary Association. Today, we have speakers that cut across several disciplines and specialties of veterinary medicine, from veterinary parasitology, veterinary microbiology, vaccinology, small animal medicine, and of course, Professor Tomori will be speaking to us on a wider area of coverage that will include epidemiology and his over 50 years of experiences as a bridge between human and animal health. Let me say that the Veterinary Council under my watch will continue to source for experts across the board so that they will be able to give us a very important talks and discussion with very areas of expertise in veterinary medicine. Council will want to have a feedback from the veterinary community on these presentations and possible direction on contemporary areas that veterinarians will want us to bring in experts to speak upon. So we are expecting a feedback from you after this today's presentation. I want to urge us all to please stand by all through the day and enjoy this presentation. And on this note, I want to declare the 2025 Continuing Education Program open. Thank you, and you are all welcome.
Okay, thank you, my president, for declaring the August Continuing Education Program holding in July open. I want to re-echo in the words of the president, it's a season for collaboration, it's not a season for competition. Everybody has a stake. The word team, T-E-A-M, together, everyone achieve more. So we're all welcome to work together for the success of the veterinary profession under the watch of our able president, Professor Matthew Adamu. Thank you very much, sir. Without much ado, I want to bring up the first speaker. Obviously, the first speaker is no other person than Dr. Benedict Olurotimi. Olu is a short form of Olua. Olurotimi means Oluwarotimi. God is with me forever. And that has worked for him all through his life. Dr. Benedict is a graduate of veterinary medicine from University of Maiduguri. If you want to be made, go to UNIMED. He is a World Bank trained aquaculture consultant. He has over 2 decades of practicing in the aquaculture value chain. He has his MSc and PhD research in ameliorative potential of Borea verticillia lata, a plant extract that have the potential of replacing synthetic drugs in treating fish diseases and possible substitute to synthetic antibiotics. He has several publications in international journals. He is a management consultant, fellow Institute of Management Consultants. He is consultant to several commercial aquaculture farms across the country. He has served both at ECOWAS, the Regional Animal Health Center in Mali, to develop several strategic documents. He has served as reviewer for FAO Aquaculture. is a member of the 5-man expert engaged in FAO MSH for doing an upgrade. Of course, he is the founder and convener of Nigerian Aquatic Vet Forum, which later transformed to the Aquatic Association of Veterinarians in Nigeria. Currently, he is providing training to the Office of the Head of Service of the Federation for civil servants on agricultural farming practices and businesses. Of course, if I continue to roll out the CV of Dr. Muyiwa, who will not live here today. So, ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming our first presenter of today, someone I can call confidently Dr. Fish, Dr. Olumuyiwa Olurotimi Benedict. You are welcome, sir.
Everybody, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, beautiful. Nice to be here. I want to appreciate the President of Council, Professor Matthew Adamu, and the President of the Continuing Education Committee, Professor Bameyi, and the Registrar. It's a great privilege and opportunity to be back here once again. I was first invited 2020 by the then council, and we thank God that the aquatics now have a voice. We are not taking this for granted. So when I was contacted by the president of the committee, I think is a good one that we have shifted to recognize that our strength lies in our diversity. So this morning, quickly, my presentation is going to be on aquatic animal health practice, knowledge and skills required to remain relevant in practice. There's definitely knowledge. If I've been in practice for 20 years, there's something that kept me going. And I think it's worth sharing among other things. So next slide, please, Mr. Next slide. Next slide. So we are going to be looking at just the scope of the practice, definitions. Now, we are still definitions, global and national guidelines. Slide 2. Next slide, supposed to be slide 2. Okay, national slide. Then what is needed, what the Nigerian government needs to do, and some international IOE standard. Then we look at existing opportunities, knowledge needed to make you relevant and keep you relevant, then also skills needed. Next slide, please. Quickly. So we hope, and this is the hope, you give a man a fish and you feed him for a day, but teach a man to fish and you feed him for a lifetime. And also, if you create a good tutorial, he can teach himself how to. And I think what we are trying to do today is how we can create a good tutorial, and we create a good tutorial so that you can teach yourself how to fish and also feed yourself for a lifetime. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so the scope of veterinary practice we know is so wide, of course, addressing it directly. We have the terrestrial animals, the aquatic animals, and by extension also we have our effect on the human health and food safety area. So I'm going to be looking at the aquatic animal sector, where we have amphibia, crustaceans, fish, mollusks, and the rest of the aquatic animals that you can think of are all in there. So I need to do this because some people don't really understand yet that even aquatic animals are part of the practice. So I need to say this. I heard where a professor said that fish is not an animal. Very true. It happened 4 years ago, and he stopped a student from doing his master's in that area. The student have to reluctantly go into another field. So that's one of the reasons why fish is an animal, and we must take our place. Next slide, please. Thank you. Next slide, Mr. Kwa. Next slide. Okay, now some definition quickly. Aquaculture is actually farming aquatic, whether plants or animals in freshwater, marine water for commercial or natural resource replenishment. That's what you generally hear people referring as fish farming. Then we have aquatic veterinarians. They are there these are VCN registered and licensed vets providing services in the aquaculture ecosystem or sector. Of course, ornamental pet aquatic plants are also there. So we have people who call fish vet or amphibian vets. They are there. So we have to recognize that we have people like that. Then we have certified aquatic veterinarians and a vet who has made the one requirement by the World Aquatic Medical Association's certified aquatic veterinarian. But we have a certification program right now where you need to be certified by a mentor and all that. Go through a mentor and be certified. So, and we have aquatic veterinary workforce. These are made up of vets and paravets. Next slide, please. Next slide, quickly. Next slide. Okay, then aquaculture, we have defined that already. Aquaculture production specifically refers to output from aquaculture activities, which are designated for final harvest for human consumption. So there's another area I want us to look at the definition, which is aquaculture engineering. Very important. It's a multidisciplinary field that aims to solve technical problems associated with, of course, farming aquatic vertebrates and invertebrates. So this area is very important, and we're going to be looking at it critically because one of the areas that have kept people like us relevant because we are also active in that area. These are engineers who work on optimizing aquaculture systems, such as sea cages, ponds, recirculatory systems, and all that. They also focus on making the industry clean and efficient through technologies. So we are going to be looking at that. Next slide, please. Next slide. Next slide. Okay. By way of introduction, being an aquatic vet involves more than just diagnosing and treating fish diseases. It's also about maximizing animal welfare by preventing health problems and minimizing the introduction of disease into aquaculture enterprises in the first place. Happy, healthy aquatic animals that do not encounter stress in their lives grow better and they taste better. And this ultimately makes aquaculture more profitable. Next slide, please. Next slide. Okay. The role of aquatic animal health practitioners in maintaining health and combat biosecurity risks is increasingly important as antibiotic resistance in farm animals and humans is on the increase. And the prevention of disease only takes into account biosecurity with disease entering an aquaculture facility, but also includes the head of the aquatic animals in the facility, because aquatic animals with good nutrition have better immune system. So we are going to be looking at all that. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. In terms of okay, let's look at Nigeria dependent. Let's go to that one. Just go to the here. Nigeria actually depends so much on fish for protein, of course. You can see that Nigeria staple food, more than 40% of protein source of staple food is made up of fish. And annual consumption is growing. More than 3.2 million metric tons are needed, but we import 2.1 million metric tons. So there's a gap already. And Nigeria right now is the second largest aquaculture producer in Africa after Egypt. But we are still importing. So we are still importing. Go ahead, please. Go ahead. Go ahead. Now, these are the commonly cultured fish. We have of course, the common catfish. We have, of course, tilapia, generally of different shades and species. Whether the Nile tilapia and the rest, we cultivate all that right now. So go ahead, please. We have Pangasius also that's taking serious ground. Thank God, Dr. Gani doing a very good work in Ibadan. I must commend him. Common carp too is setting in. So you can see that we are beginning to have different species coming in and culture fish, which definitely shows that aquatic veterinarians must step up. We also have, next slide, of course, ornamental fish. We have more than 15 to 20 species right now in this country, in Nigeria. More than 15 to 20 species of ornamental fish. And somebody has to be taking care of their health. That's what we should know. If it's not an aquatic veterinarian, somebody else is doing it. And I can confidently tell you that the people who are doing it right now, they are not aquatic veterinarians. They are just people who get drugs and treat. So we need to fill in the gap. Next slide, please. Now, aquatic veterinarian practice, please, I just put it within, you can see I put it within the space, and we are situated within the aquaculture value chain, you know, and right in between there, between the inputs, making of the input is made up of broodstocks, live seeds, drugs, feeds, and aquatic animal services. So we are also relevant to the production units. Hatchery, and aquatic veterinarian needs to oversee hatchery, also health with regards to fries and other health related issues in the hatchery. Then we also need to, service the grow out area. Then live fish also in the grow out, we need to keep them healthy. While processing, we must make sure they're wholesome by checking on the, of course, safety and antibiotic content being used to preserve these fish and their products, and also to make sure that wholesome fish gets to the consumer. Very important. So we are situated right in the middle there. Aquatic veterinarian, so relevant. Next slide, please. Next slide. Okay, these are other roles of aquatic veterinarians as recognized even by the World of course, Animal Health Organization. We are all involved in disease prevention and control, disease diagnosis and treatment in aquatic animal, where disease surveillance and reporting, seafood safety inspection, certifying biosecurity in the aquatic facilities, and also we are supposed to be involved in preventing veterinary certificate for inspection. Next slide. Next slide, please. Next slide. We have several opportunities for Nigerian aquatic veterinarians. There are a lot of things to do in the research, private practice with aquatic animals, opportunity to be trained to offer aquatic health services, and we can easily incorporate, aquatic practice into traditional livestock and companion veterinary practice. For instance, of course, if you have a veterinary outlet where they are doing poultry or they are doing livestock, you can also include aquatic practice. Get an aquatic veterinarian to come in once in a while to offer a service. We have over 10 million fish farmers that need the services of aquatic veterinarians. Next slide, please. Next slide. Next slide. Okay, and I just gave this to show you how we can integrate aquatic practice into conventional veterinary practices, so that you can have what I call a multi-clinical practice. And those who you may have a vet clinic doing small animal, you can include aquatic clinic also, whether poultry clinic, large animal clinic, equine clinic. You can also include the aquatic clinic in there. So, and they will flow. You get somebody in to run the clinic along with you, or comes once in a while to consult. Thank you. Move on, please. Move on. All right. The knowledge that is required. Agreed. Right now, we have many courses, in the faculty that has to do with, of course, fish physiology, fish anatomy, fish medicine, fish that and that. But this knowledge, there's this other knowledge that we need to get in as a practitioner. And one of it is your ichthyology must be sound. Ichthyology actually covers everything about fish biology, taxonomy, anatomy, physiology, ecology, and the behavior of the aquatic animal, which is very important, the fish we are talking about. Then hydrology, very important also, study of water systems. Then hydrobiology, talking about organism in the water system. So you look at immunology, then the production, A to Z of production, the act of production is very important. Then your fish medicine, aquatic medicine, looking at the diagnostic knowledge of fish diseases and treatment. Then the knowledge, again, you need to understand what the business is all about. That's fish business. Then you need to read, and read. We're going to explain all that. Let's go to the next slide, please, quickly. Next slide. The hydrobiologists, or I've mentioned, is just a study that impacts human activities, or having what human activities are having on biological communities, along with re-establishing, the damaged ecosystem. Really, it's talking is a study that looks critical to aquatic, marine, and human, interaction, living cultures on Earth. So you need to have a good understanding, especially if you'll be going into consultancy and all that. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Next slide. Next slide. Wow. Next slide, please. Okay, and I just say hydrology is the study, the science of water, understanding water and interaction with it. Because if fish lives in water, you need to understand water. The life of fish, starts and ends inside water. So you need to understand it to be a good practitioner. You need to understand that. Let's move on, please. Let's move on. Limnology, well, as the word says, lim means lake, and it's just the study, of water, and the aquatic habitat is made up of 75% of the earth, is made up of aquatic habitat. So we need to study freshwater habitat, which involves the study of physical, chemical, biological, and geographical characteristics of this freshwater environment. And it's important. I did all this. There's no shortcut. Next slide, please. So if we are talking about fish, you need to understand their environment, And limnology is also the study of inland waters, lakes, pond, rivers, streams, wetland, ocean, or what have you. You must understand it. Next slide, please. Next slide. Next slide. Okay, now, very important, fish nutrition is something that you must have hold on. This is important because we are beginning to see a lot of nutritional diseases propping up. Why? Because talking from this climb of the world, we have a lot of issues with quality of feed. So we begin to see that the most of the fish feed being produced are not well put together. So, and when you feed your fish with this, you begin to see some development diseases that are nutritionally based. So it's very important. That's why I'm bringing out. There are several other things we need to try, but I'm zeroing in on things that I think are very important. So let's go ahead here as we look at fish nutrition. There's this popular saying that say you are what you eat. So also with the aquatics, also the fish, they are what they eat. Nutrition in fish is essential to the economic production of a healthy, high quality product with rich survival, growth, and reproductive performance. It's very important. And over the years, these had advanced, dramatically. A healthy fish need to eat good feed. Let's move on, please. So, an aquatic veterinarian, you must have your eyes on this. You cannot be successful without having a good understanding of what the fish eats. Go ahead, please. You must know everything about the nutrition. No, there are 10 essential amino acids that the fish cannot synthesize. You see the importance. So if they cannot synthesize those 10 amino acids, and they are lacking in their feeds, then any feed they take in that lacks this amino acid will invariably affect their growth, their health status, and you have problems. So you have to know what they are consuming. Go ahead, please. And these are the amino acids listed. Next slide. These are the amino. Next slide, please. I've also given a chart to show as a guide these various amino acids, the contents in percentages needed by various species of fish, just for your own consumption. Next slide, please. Next slide. Same here. Next slide. Next slide. Okay, so and the skills that you need as an aquatic vet, and you need to be able to enter, get wet. I put it here. Those who want to practice, I've seen those who want to practice. They want to treat fish, but they want to get wet. You can't be an aquatic veterinarian without getting wet. So you need to get, most times, for those people who know me, most time you see me in shorts and all the rest of them. You see some of always in water and all that. So you cannot practice well if you can't get wet. And you have also be able to manage fish from the fingerling stage, the juvenile phase to adult phase successfully. So a hatchery and grow out management skill is essential and is key if you want to remain relevant. Like I've mentioned earlier, key feed nutrition, your ability to formulate feed, enrichment of feed, medication of feed to boost growth and immunity, and treatment purpose. I do all this. I medicate my feed. I can also enrich my feed to boost the growth and immunity of the fish under my care. Now, production, fish production, you must understand the A to Z about it, everything. You have to be able to even do business plan and feasibility study for fish farm, because a lot is expected today from an aquatic veterinarian. It's not needle and syringe or the knowledge you have about drugs only. Going out there to look for disease, the disease may not come. Even you not see anyone calling you to come and treat. So you have to be relevant along the value chain. Of course, fish medicine is very sacrosanct, your aquatic medicine. You have to be able to set up fish health management plan for fish hatcheries, grow out facilities, and treatment interventions. Then aquatic engineering, I've said this several times. Now, it's very important for you to have a good understanding on the production system design and construction. Very important now. Because when you come to a fish farmer, when you are coming just to treat disease, he will just look at you and not serious. So he has many issues. He has system issues. He has design issues. He has many things going on. So he expects you to be able to address them. And some of these issues are actually the predisposing factor to diseases. So you must have a good understanding of aquatic engineering. Then you have to be able to apply continuous application of the knowledge you've received. Important. This is me here. You can see how it is. This happened last 2 months, where we went to stock a fish farm. So I'm doing enrichment here. I'm enriching the feed, the 2 feed. I have a special preparation of multivitamins, so which I mix with egg, as a base for my binding, principle. So I mix it, and it will amaze you. We have stocked this fish for over 3 months. There is no one single call of problem. As a matter of fact, the point I get scared, and I've been practicing this approach for the past few years. I have not been having problems. I boost at the initial stage. I boost their growth and I enhance their immunity by doing this. Multivite containing all the vitamin A, vitamin D3, vitamin E, vitamin B1, B12, folic acid, vitamin C, calcium, nicotinamide, biotin, choline, lysine, arginine, methionine, and all that are part of the combination that I use in here. So you see, this is some of the skills you need to have. Ability to get in there, enrich your food. I also do this during infection, because appetite drops, and you need to do this. You need to boost their immunity. So it's very important. During infection, after infection, you need to boost the feed, enrich the feed, just the way you do for humans, also you do for them. Very important, please. Very, very important. I have less disease challenges with this. I have a video. It's a short video. I think when you get the material, you'll be able to watch. In this video, I show you how to do the mixing. So you are going to show it. It's a video clip, but I can't play the video right here. But I think you will have opportunity to do that later on. How to do the mixing of the syrup, vitamin syrup, with egg preparation and feed. Let's move to the next slide, please. Next slide. So this is me. You can see me. This is typical. I've done several of these. This is one of the many fish aquaculture structures that I constructed. This is a fish dam, and I was directly involved in the construction. This is the other end outlet, the monk side. So you can see that an aquatic veterinarian, I want to emphasize that there's more to do. There's more to do. A to Z of this project was done. It's a very big thing, as big as a lake. This is as big as a lake. And it's one of the many. I've been privileged to do like 5 of these since I started practicing. 5 of major dams, of course. And when you hear dam, I mean dam indeed, and stocking. So let's move on, please. Let's move on. Let's move on. Now, this is a hatchery setup. This hatchery was also set up. Is currently the hatchery I'm using. One of the largest hatchery you can talk about. I went in there today. We are having a leasing agreement, and we've taken it over, and we're using aquatic veterinary. I'm talking about situating yourself in production. When you situate yourself in production, right from the hatchery to the grow out unit, you just lock in yourself in there, and it will amaze you how you can forever remain relevant. A lot of diseases in the hatchery, a lot, especially parasitic diseases I encounter here. And we get to talk about them too, I believe, with time. So this is one of the many things an aquatic veterinarians can do, putting together a hatchery and running it, as I am doing. So this is my hatchery. Some of you have been able to visit here. Some few people have been able to visit there. You can see the hatchery like a lab. You know, this, you can see the hatchery is different. I don't think you have ever seen a hatchery like looks like a lab. It's because a vet, an aquatic person, is the one in charge. So people come from the poultry and the livestock to come and stay in this hatchery. They take out time from the other areas in the farm to come to my hatchery to sit. They just like seeing the beauty and the way we are doing things in the hatchery. So let's go to the next one. The next slide is actually a feed mill. It's also a video, but you can't see it. But you have the privilege to be shared with you so that you see what we do in the feed mill. An area that you should also be involved in. Next slide, please. Next slide. So this is my personal microscope for quick diagnosis. I've had this microscope for over 7 years now, 7 to 8 years now. So you can take quickly skin scrapings, gill, cuts to observe. Some of them do wet months, to see some parasites that are, that you can quickly look at, some ectoparasites, and also you can do a lot of stuff. Even in hatchery, some of the substrate in the hatching vats, you can collect them and observe them under this, and it will amaze you what you can see. Gyrodactylus and the rest of them, a lot of ectoparasites, whether in the gills embedded or on the body, you will see all that through the microscope. So you can use this to do a quick one, wet film, and you can see all that. It will aid your diagnosis. So these are quick tools. Aside your dissecting set, which you can use to conduct your necropsy or, of course, postmortem on fish, a microscope is very handy. It's a very good diagnosis thing where you can, as first time, look at these ectoparasites. Next slide, please. Next slide. So this is also a tool, the dissolved oxygen. I have several, but I'm just showing you this to know what you need, because a oxygen drop completely can lead to a complete drop. When you have a drop of 90%, can even lead to a fish kill. So these are handy tools that you must have as an aquatic veterinarian. I have water testing kills and kits, many, but this is one of the many for you to know, so that as you go in there, you begin to look at the water parameters, water quality. You need to have these tools to aid your diagnosis. And most time it's not just coming in infection with drugs and antibiotics. No. So it's just, you need to have these tools. You need to have these tools. Next slide, please. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Okay. I got these 2 pictures that gave me concern. Go to the other slide. It was posted online in a group, and it gave me concern because it was a farmer that posted this and was asking for solution. I could not say anything because the setup was made up of non-vet virtually, and if you go ahead to say something, they may hijack it and go and do something. But I want you to just to appreciate these two pictures, please. This is where we come in, and for authorities concerned, I don't know, this is ulcer, a deep-seated ulcer. The first one, please, the first slide. Ulcer that affect the epidermis and the dermis, and the musculature is exposed completely. Both the ventral fin literally gone all around, and I just want you to to brainstorm and to understand that this can also be predisposed by the condition, apart from infectious diseases that we have that can lead to this. There are other things within system. The water quality can become toxic. We can have a situation where the fish can become aggressive and begin to nibble on each other and cause this injury and lead to secondary bacterial infection. And if that is done, of course, you know what you have to do: sample collection. You collect sample based on what you intend to analyze, whether bacterial, viral, and of course whether fungal also. So, but this particular disease, picture, stir up my mind, and I want us to look for the authorities to be looking at this, because we may be even be doing it episodic ulcerative syndrome. It's possible. So we'll look for a way to reach out to this farm, maybe through that same group. And in this other slide, you can see it's just the epidermis that have been exploited, and the dermis is still intact. You can see how this can also be due to aggression from fish around who are also starved and all that. So that's why we, as an aquatic veterinarian, we look at holistically what would have been the problem. They are adult fish, and they are not young fish anymore. So what will have been the problem? So, and it could have been a whole lot of issues, and there are a whole lot of differentials here. So these are the kind of things you face as an aquatic veterinarian on the field. And for you to be your problem-solving skills must be apt and high up there. So the approach must be multi-dimensional to find a solution to this case. This is a gross look of this fish. Move on. Let's move on, please. Let's move on. Let's move on. Next slide. Next slide. Okay. These are already prepared local feed. These are local feed that was made, prepared, and that's why I say you have to get involved. This was prepared. It's a medicated feed. These are medicated feed, and we prepare this feed after treating an infection on the farm. So, of course, we in the feed put in vitamins. There are vitamins in here, vitamin C, and some other essential vitamins are in this feed. We are just drying it. So even as you treat, you must approach your nutrition. Good water quality and nutrition will continuously give you a healthy, aquatic animal or fish. So this is where the important is. Some veterinarians, aquatic veterinarians, are only thinking about the drug side. This is the mindset I want to change. I want you to see, no, you can pump all the drugs, poor nutrition, poor pond management, the result will be poor also. So you have to be on top of the nutrition. Next slide, please. Next slide, quickly. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Now, an aquatic veterinarian is a one-stop solution in aquaculture practice. Go back again. Go back. Yeah. I didn't want to use an Aquaman because that will be a best fit. Aquaman. But if I use an Aquaman picture, Aquaman is holding a spear. So I'm using a Superman. You are an aquatic veterinarian, Superman. When you go to the fish farm, they expect you to be a consultant, a production expert. They expect you to be good in processing, packaging and distribution of the product, everything. They expect you to also be good in the aquatic, aquaculture engineering. They expect a lot. Expectation is a lot. So the expectation is much. So you are also expected to be a good fish pathologist. Very important, so that you can be able to, when you look causes of diseases, ability to perform postmortem, The necropsy on fish is key, very key. The growth signs, and of course, going in there, looking at organs, presentation of these organs. What do you see from, of course, grossly before you even go in? You start to look at the organs based on what you are querying. And of course, you're expected to also to be a fish health expert. So you can see you have to develop a lot of muscle. What I'm trying to, a lot of muscle here. And I can tell you, I operate in all this. So that's what makes us to be able to have been practicing for the past 20 years. Why? Because we operate in all this sphere. You are also expected to actually be a researcher. Very important. As you can hear from my citation, I'm deeply also into research. Very important. Very, very important. So move to the next slide. I think we're done. Next slide. Next slide. Thanks for listening. And I just hope and believe what we've been able to share, which is very important, that you need much more to do much more, than your day one veterinary experience as a DVM holder. You need to do much more, especially in the areas I've listed. I believe you get these materials, you take a look at them, and you'll see that applying what has been discussed this morning, it is going to help you to remain. I've done 90% of my practice is in the aquatic, 90, and I've done a lot of setting up a lot of systems, a lot. And what has kept me systems. And please, lest I forget, have a name. You won't be hearing Dr. Muiwa, but I have a consulting name. That is Ocean Blue Consulting Limited. So my consulting firm is embedded in many facilities. You may not even hear my name, but we are providing services at different levels in the aquatic value chain. Have a name also. And I believe you are going to be happy to be practicing aquatic veterinary. Thank you very much. I appreciate the time given me. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Muiwa Benedict, aka Dr. Fish, for that exciting and very in-depth presentation. If you notice, the slides are loaded. And because of want of time, it had to be, moving at a very jet speed, and yet still trying to deliver the essence of the presentation. So don't worry, you will all have access to these slides for further studies after the program. So you have access to them, you can go through them. Dr. Muiwa is one person that likes to share knowledge. Everywhere you meet him, he will sit you down and teach you and talk about it. It is a lifestyle. He has grown into it. He shares anywhere he is, just wanted to impart knowledge. So we are just seeing a tip of the iceberg from what he has presented to us, and we want to appreciate him for that. So please, if you have questions, kindly drop them on the chat box. Let's pick them, and then he can quickly respond to them before we move to the next presentation. So please, if you have questions, it's time for you to drop them on the chat box. We still have about 20 minutes before the next presentation. So please kindly drop your questions on the chat box, and you can quickly pick them. Thank you for the feedback. A lot of people are giving us feedback. Thank you very much. We are grateful. Thank you for the feedback. A lot of people are giving us feedback. Thank you very much. Thank you for the feedback. A lot of people are giving us feedback. Is it that question? Okay, there's one question here I want to quickly put on the table of our speaker. Rising feed costs is forcing African aqua farmer to seek alternative feed for their fishes. Most of these alternatives, however, pose health risks to their livestock, as some diseases that are not naturally occurring in the animal life are being identified. Salmonellosis easily comes to mind. The use of raw maggot, raw livestock carcasses, mortalities, hatchery waste have seriously exposed these farm fishes to emerging diseases that are of severe zoonotic importance. Okay, I think this is more of a comment than a question, but if our speaker wants to say something, just take note while I pick another. Another question says, poor antibiotic use and practice have exacerbated the issue with resistant strains emerging. Have you done researches into safer feed alternative that doesn't impact negatively on the health welfare of our aquatic life? Okay, I think it's a continuation from the previous one. And the question now is, have you been able to look at feed alternatives? Because the rising cost of what we are using now is posing a very serious issue. It's not too affordable. And people are now saying, let's look at alternatives. Meanwhile, many of these alternatives are causing some negative impact. What do you have to say to that, resource person, sir?
Hello. Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me.
Yes.
Loud and clear.
Okay. One of the things that also you've seen people like us, if we are still surviving, you know that we have found a way alternative. Feed has always been feed, the challenge of feed, cost. We all know this can make or mar, production. Be it the terrestrial people are fighting that way too. So what you have to do is now people have gone into alternative that are not realistic. No, I've never been an advocate. Even on the major farms that we have people saying they will use this, they will use chicken waste, they will use the, I don't know. There are already, we have some feed that are fairly okay. From the hatchery is grown news. From the hatchery is foreign completely. Then when you bring them out to begin to take the 2mm, to take 2mm, we have good. I'm not here to advertise, registrar. You understand what I'm saying, Mr. Chairman? I'm being careful. I'm not here to advertise any company. If you understand what I'm saying, sir, I'm not here to. So you understand a company that you know are reliable. Like for instance, there's a particular company I use. We get the 2mm. I do what I call enrichment. I started doing this couple of years. I enrich. I don't take. My staff know this. We get the 2mm. We enrich it. We enrich it with vitamins, with all necessary. Of course, there's a preparation we have. So with egg-based preparation. It's in one of the videos. So when I enrich it, it will amaze you to know this enrichment gives the early stage of this fish good opportunity to thrive, to develop properly, and they grow exponentially. Very good growth. Within a month, you won't believe the size of this fish. So enrichment, enrichment is very key. Somebody is asking in the chat saying that I talk about medication. I don't. I only use. I only medicate feeds that are meant to treat fish. I don't medicate feeds that are meant to, to enhance growth and, of course, and immunity. I use vitamins. and the rest, and other preparations to boost their growth and their immunity. Now, you find a feed, and this is a lecture that I think we are going to be having. When you do your cost, that 2 mm, once you get, you can do local feed. I prepare feed. I actually have a feed meal. I have a feed meal. So you can do your you do your local feeds and you enrich it. You enrich it. You can enrich those products. There's a way to do it. You enrich it and you dry it. It will give you the same result. The issue of floating feed, sinking feed is discussion for another day, because catfish are actually bottom feeders. Is a discussion that is on and go on. Just get good feed, and we have them. They can still give you. We have feed that the bag is still 32,000, 33,000. I'm not going to call names. That there are good 2 mm feeds. And as you go to 3 mm, the price drops, 4 mm like that drops. You can still make your profit. Good FCR, feed conversion ratio. If you can feed 1.2 and get 1 kilo from that feed, you are still good to go. And you have to know how much, because that's why fish production is a game of economics and science. So you have to know what you are putting in. And I think we are going to, with time, on another platform, we address all this going forward. But you can still be in business and it's still profitable. Very important. Very profitable, and you can be. But all this maggot, what quantity of maggot are you going to be producing to feed 50,000 fish? For instance, there's a facility right now, a farm I'm covering. We are doing the annual production supposed to 120 tons. What quantity of maggot is it? As a supplement, maybe a protein supplement or something. What quantity? Black fly, that fly. I believe in something that is practicable, very practicable. So you can't be throwing poultry waste, doing waste. It will not meet up the protein needs of that quantity of fish, because everything is computed. You have to know the quantity of protein in the feed, of course, that you are feeding. And if you're from juvenile fingerling, you are talking about 45%. As you move forward, it reduces 35, blah, blah, blah. So can you give me the quantity of maggot that can ensure that I have 45% of protein in my feed? These are the questions. Can you give me? No, so it's not practicable. It's just like somebody was saying we should feed fish with chicken dung. These are what it doesn't make sense. So we still go with the conventional feed, yes, but there's a way about it, and it will surprise you, So biosafety, biosecurity is still what you need to do. And one of the things I wanted to tell you people very much is that you can walk into any farm. This is very practical, and introduce yourself. Say, okay, I'm this and so. Do you people have a fish health management plan? Do you have done it? I know that the farm manager there may be the one doing all the treatment and the rest, but we walk in because you have been empowered by the law and you know what you carry. You go in there, you tell them there's a way you can prevent disease. I've gotten clients through that. I won't allow disease to happen. I prevent it. And if it happens, I'm also there. So what do you do to prevent it? Enrich your food. Good water quality, good feed nutrition. How do you come about having good feed nutrition? Tell them you help them to enrich it, and you can enrich it. There are good preparation. There's this preparation I have here. We call it, I'm not going to mention names. It contains all the vitamins, essential amino acids, vitamin C, biotin, choline. I'm holding it right now. Lysine, methionine, all present. So I use it frequently, and I can tell you the place will be quiet and calm. At a point, you even be afraid whether something has happened. Nothing has happened because nothing is there. The fish are not under challenge, So I think you please this feed enrichment. I'm going to. I put in a video there. I don't know how the registrar can with his team or the chairman of course of the continuing education so that people can be able to access that video. That video is a training on its own, and I don't normally do it. So, but is on the slide. So you will see me mixing up the enrichment medium using egg. You can use any egg, chicken egg, any egg you can lay on, mix it with the enrichment medium, and there's, of course, there's a percentage to be used and all that. So you can do that, and it will amaze you what the final output will be. Like, I don't know whether I've addressed, I spent a lot of time on that, this 15. Somebody I can see from the chat, biosecurity, biosafety is also under you. That's why you need to go tell them their biosecurity plan, biosafety plan should be for every fish farm. I did one just yesterday for a tilapia farm. I did one just yesterday. The Federal Ministry of Fisheries were going to that facility to inspect it. So they called me, the owner, and I've had that plan in place for him. And I was there, and it settled it. So there's a lot to do. Registrar, have I been able to cover? Maybe you remind me if there's anything I've omitted.
Okay, you've gone through quite a number, but let me just read some of the ones we wrote down for you. One is asking, how do you medicate a fish farm? Do you single out the disease one, or you treat everyone? That's number one. Number two, what is the take on AMR vis-a-vis the use of feed formulation and feed enrichment? This person wants to know that what's your take on AMR, because if you are going to enrich your feed with antibiotics,
I don't enrich with antibiotic. I don't enrich. I saw that question. Enrichment is with vitamin preparation. That's what I call enrichment, sir. I think
okay, so that has cleared the air on that.
Feed is different. Yes, it's different.
Thank you, sir. That has cleared the air on enrichment. And then someone who is just leaving school wants to know what area of study he should focus on as a starting point if he wants to become an aqua vet.
Okay. You see, let me use my own as a typical example. Yes, graduated a vet and all that, and pick interest in fish. So you begin. Mentorship is very important. Mentorship. If you are too big to learn, you are too small to teach, and you have to admit that you don't know. There is no assumption in this, because we have investment that run in hundreds of millions, and I mean what I'm saying, hundreds of millions. So you don't assume that you finish a vet. Thank you for that question. It's a very good one, because most veterinarians just think they can handle it. I've come across veterinarians, and this is the issue. Because they graduate as a veterinarian, they believe they're also experts in that area. So all I do is to smile or I laugh, but there's also the trade skill secret. So what you do first, attach yourself. What you don't know, you don't know. Attach yourself. For instance, at registrar, you can see from my citation, having gone to do my master's and my PhD, and the model I'm still using is fish. The animal model I'm using is fish. And let me even show you. During my master's, I took all the courses postgraduate level that they are offering in the fishery and the aquaculture postgraduate study. They were all looking at me. I took everything, limnology, hydrobiology, everything. Whatever they have, I went after it. So go for knowledge. Go for knowledge. And from knowledge, apply over time, it becomes skill. Identify somebody. Right now, as I'm talking to you, I have over 100 mentees, 100 among veterinarians. Pure vet, over 100 of them directly. Some of them have been able to, they are set up, they are doing very well. Some of them have production units, very well, they are doing well. And also, kudos to Dr. Chika. She sent someone from Anambra, Nnamdi Azikiwe University, to my facility. And this lady, stayed with us for a year. She went through all the phases. She went through everything: hatchery, grower, feed mill, everything. By the time she left, it was something else. It was something else, So this is what it is. There's need for practicals, because most of us leave the vet school theory-filled brain, theory-filled. That's the truth. And when you get out there, you have to apply the knowledge. You must apply the knowledge. So why don't you identify? I don't know where you are asking from, but I can assure you, I think you can link up with us. We can identify some of us that have facility or have access to facility and are really involved in quote on the field. I'm not talking about a office aquatic veterinarian. There are people that are aquatic veterinarian in the office. Or I'm not talking about someone who just sits on the table, not, but I'm talking about people who gets wet, who is in the water, who gets his hands wet and is always in there, doing it, involved in production, involved in treatment and everything. So please, anybody who is asking, I think you can reach out to the registrar or something. We'll see what we can do, because these are young vets, which we can come. I have a couple of projects, and I mean couple of projects. If you can come around to understudy, you see what is going on. If you even want to become part of the, conference internship, please, you are welcome. So we can work out something. We can work out something. We can attach you to a facility where you see practical. It's not suit and tie. Most of the time, you see us in boxers and some with shirt or shirtless, depending on the situation of the city. I mean, so you have to get wet, like I say. Somebody was talking about the eggs. Please, eggs, you get eggs. If you are asking normal eggs, I'm not talking about egg, because it's also a vet that is taking care of those chickens. So there's that element there. So you can get normal egg. The egg that I didn't use was gotten from local chicken by the client in that video. The client has several local chicken. He has Noila, just free-ranging birds. So I just told them, please get me 3 or 4 or 5. So they got them, and I came, broke the egg, whisk it the way I want it, mix it with my, my preparation, my vitamin preparation, mix it with the feed evenly, manually. Is manual mixing, not mix it and spread it to be dry. Yeah, dry it, then rebag again. You can do that 2 or 3 times to make sure that it's well dry, and that is all. I have a couple of videos that addresses that, couple of videos. So please, at the end of this slide, I know my, of course, like what has been said, you can reach out. We are always ready. We are ready to really assist. Very ready. So,
okay, thank you very much.
Passionate about the young vets. Very passionate about the young vet. Please, you can contact me. Yeah.
So you can bring me up. Thank you very much, resource person. We appreciate your time, and I'm happy you were able to address the question from a young vet seeking for how to start and how to grow. You have hit the nail on the head. The subject of mentorship cannot be overemphasized, and that is one thing that we need to adhere to and lay more emphasis on in veterinary medicine. A lot is going on around that, and I know we can still do more. What we are going to do, all the other questions, we'll harvest them, send them to our resource persons. If we answer them, I'll find a way of making sure you have access to them. I'm afraid we have to pause here and then bring in the next speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, the next speaker is one of our keynote speakers. He will be presenting on recent advances in brucellosis vaccine and vaccination. He is by name Professor Emeritus Ignacio Morillon. I hope I pronounce it very well. Professor Morillon is a doctor in biological science from the University of Navarra, Spain in 1976. I was just a year old then. He also got his PhD in bacteriology, University of Wisconsin, Madison, United States of America in 1982. He is an emeritus professor at the School of Medicine, University of Navarra, Spain. His research has been dedicated to Brucella and brucellosis, with emphasis on the structure and genetics of bacterial surface molecules and their involvement in innate immunity recognition, the central carbon metabolism, and the pathogen and development of animal vaccines and diagnosis tests for human and animal brucellosis, suitable for low resource areas. Yes, I like that. Suitable for low resource areas. Former member 1986 to 2006 of the subcommittee on taxonomy of Brucella of ICSP. He has served as consultant for Swedish International Foundation for Science, the International Atomic Energy Agency, the Spanish Comisión Asesora de Investigación Científica. Okay. It's also of the European Union, this contours Brucellosis panel, the European Commission, TMR training grants, science and research development, the French Agence Nationale de la Recherche, the Pan American Health Organization, and the World Health Organization. He is the coordinator and principal researcher of 13 competitive projects, including 4 EU-funded projects and 3 projects with activities in Morocco, Nigeria, Mozambique, Tanzania, Uganda, and Kenya. He is a co-author of several books, and he has several chapters to his credit. He has several letters to the editors and so many published symposia and workshops. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to yield the microphone to one of our keynote speakers as he speaks to us on recent advances in brucellosis vaccine and vaccination. Over to you, Professor Ignacio Moreira.
Good morning to everybody. First, let me thank Professor Bamai for this kind invitation, and also to the Veterinary Council of Nigeria for giving me this opportunity to share what I think is a long experience on Brucella and brucellosis, including direct experience in several African countries. I visited your country 1, 2, 3, 4 times. I was 3 times up in Vom Plateau. I spent several days in Kachia. I visited the Kachia grazing reserve and spent several nights with the Fulanis. And I have very dear colleagues in your country at the University of Ibadan and also at the National Veterinary Research Institute. I don't know if they are in the audience, but if so, I really want to send warm greetings to Professor Cadmus and Dr. Ocholi, Dr. Bertu, and Dr. Gusi, the last 3 of the National Veterinary Research Institute.
Yes,
can you hear me?
Yes, we're hearing you very well, Prof.
All right, good. Now, let me see if I can share my screen, because it says I have no slides. Wow. Okay.
Yes, we're seeing your slides.
Are these my slides? Because
yes,
the ones I sent or the ones I have in my computer? Okay, let me see. Because the ones I have in my computer, I apologize for this inconvenience, but I was prepared to give my presentation on a Zoom platform. Okay, can you see my screen now? No, I don't think so. Hey, let me see.
we can see it, but not your screen.
Okay,
not yet.
Okay.
Not yet.
I see. I know. I know what the issue is. Okay, because the platform is different from the ones I used. Just give me a few seconds. I think I will. I think slides, seminarios. Just be patient. I'll try to sort this out. And Nigeria advances. And this one. All right. Supposedly, you should be, it is uploading the file. Wait a second, processing.
The platform.
Yeah.
The first option is to click on present. And then the
This is
second
what I
option, which is the first option of the first, you see slides and PDFs. You click on that. Then you now click on add from computer.
Yeah, this is what I did. This is what I did, but it's taking time to upload the file.
Okay, okay. I think the file is a little bit bulky.
Yeah, it's just processing.
All right, all right, all right.
The bulky file.
Okay. What I'm going to do, just in case, I apologize, okay, is I'm going to print this as a PDF, just in case. All right.
Yes, we can see now.
Can you see it now?
Yes, yes, we can see it.
Okay, that's very good. That's very good. Let me see if I can move them. Nope. Somehow, okay, let me see. Okay, I see. Okay, well, I think this will work, hopefully. All right, as I said, many thanks for the invitation and warm greetings to my colleagues in Nigeria. I visited, as I said, 3 times your country, and it is not to flatter you, by no means, but Nigeria is one of those places that I keep in my heart, okay, because of the good friendship and the things I saw there and the many things I learned there. And I will show you pictures. All right. Now, wait a second. Okay, here we are. Next slide. Okay, this is the content of my talk. It will be developed in 3 points. The first one is vaccination, control, eradication, and breeding conditions. Okay, I will talk about things that you possibly know, and I apologize if you know them, but based on my experience in many courses I gave in several African countries, I think it's good to emphasize what the conditions of use of vaccines are and why it is necessary to know this to focus the topic of the research, which is advances in brucellosis vaccines and vaccination. Okay, then I will move to discuss the tools we have, existing vaccines, the results of gap analysis that was recently conducted, okay, and then something about the development of new vaccines, okay. I have to say that the topic is really possibly too extensive for a 45 minutes talk. And I provided the organizers with what I think is a summary or abstract, okay, with some literature, and I will refer to this abstract during my talk in several points. Now, the first and more important message, and that you possibly know, is that when we are talking about vaccines and diagnostics, we are talking only about the tip of the brucellosis iceberg. Okay, I have to say that these tools are used for control and or eradication, okay, and that the tools, I would say that diagnostic tests, but for the validation of PCR is a practically solved issue in my view. And with regard to vaccines, we have good vaccines. Safety, however, may be a problem under some conditions. Now, this is the tip of the iceberg, the things we talk about quite often. Nevertheless, below the water, we have the large volume of the true problems concerning brucellosis. I've grouped them into sets. The first one is the critical importance of the definition of the epidemiological unit of intervention, something that epidemiologists know very well, and that requires data on disease in the areas. This is mixed to geopolitical issues like the ones you have in the north of Nigeria. And then another problem is that is basically imposed by the climate and the geography, which is extensive breeding, pastoralism, and transhumance. Okay. With regard to other means that are not technical tools, training is an issue in many areas. Then we have problems with infrastructure and veterinary services, all right, that are not able on there are many occasions to cope with the size of the iceberg below the water. and things that are very well known, like the need for animal movement and control tagging that is essential, involvement of stakeholders, farmers, and so on. And then another constraint is funds, okay, and the continuity of the program throughout the years, because control and eradication can take many, many years. Just to give you an idea, in Spain, we eradicated brucellosis from ruminants. It took us 30 years to do. So it's a complex thing to do. Now, let's talk about the targets. Okay, on this slide, we have the distribution of the main domestic ruminant species according to different production systems. In the table, what I show is the proportion of animals that are in the so-called developing world with regard to the total world. I don't like the word developing, but this is what is used. I think it's unfair, and I think it's also not very accurate. But anyhow, this is what is usually used, and this is what I used on this slide. And you can see the red numbers are those that correspond to the developing countries. The large majority of these animals are in the developing world, and in grazing, rain-fed mixed and irrigated mixed systems. And this is true for cattle and buffaloes, and also for sheep and goats. All right, and this is important. This is very important. And this picture, this table, is complemented by the map below. The red spots correspond to intensification, areas dominated by land less, in other words, intensification. And you can see that that happens in very few places throughout the world, and all of them, or most of them, in the northern hemisphere. And for Africa, that is large parts of Asia, Latin America, or even Australia, you can see that grazing, mixed, rain-fed or irrigated is the dominant system. And this is very important. Okay, this is very important because just the way animals move and the way we can reach the animals changes dramatically in these last three systems. And I have to say that these three last systems are not uniform, and not all of them pose the same challenges. This picture corresponds to extensive breeding in an extreme cold climate. Okay, this is Mongolia. You can see that the conditions are very harsh during the winter. All right, you can also see these flocks of sheep. But even if they are bred extensively, the existence of a seasonal climate, okay, allows to concentrate interventions, particularly vaccination, late in the springtime, because early in the springtime there is a lambing calving season, and so the animals late in the spring are empty. The females, I mean, and you can vaccinate them with current vaccines without any problem with regards to abortions and other safety issues. In fact, not Mongolia, but this is what we did in Spain, because in Spain we have this seasonal weather, and we have a lambing calving season that allowed us to use vaccines in this way. Now, so even in this extensive breeding, the challenge is not as severe as in countries like yours. Okay, I took these pictures long ago in my first visit to Nigeria in Vom Plateau. And one of them was taken in May, and the other one in September. I don't need to explain something that you know much better than I do. But indeed, here, the main problem is that these conditions impose transhumans. It is well known that Fulanis move about and so on, all right? And that makes very difficult, if not impossible, to control the animals, to tag them, to find them twice, to test them twice by serology, and so on and so forth. Okay, so you know this very well. And this is very challenging. This is very challenging. So even it is more challenging when you consider the animal movement in south of the Sahel. Okay, this map just tells you something that you know better than I do, is that the animal movements are just unavoidable in the area, and that they move from to the markets from north to south, and many of those animals are infected and so on and so on. So this complicates enormously any effort to control or not to say eradicate the disease. So if we go back to our iceberg, okay, under the conditions like the ones I have described for Africa, for the Sahel, the lower part of the iceberg is enormous, okay, and is imposed by climate and geography, because the challenges are something that we did not find in Europe, United States, or countries that control and eradicated brucellosis. Your challenge is much, much difficult and much, much larger. Okay, under those conditions, the only thing we can do is to try to control the disease. And by control, I mean lowering the herd prevalence, the percentage of herds infected, to acceptable levels. And the word acceptable is not quite clear, but usually it is said lower than 1% of herds infected. Okay, this requires mass vaccination. Okay, quite clearly. And mass vaccination implies that in climates like the one south of the Sahel, some pregnant animals will be vaccinated, and then safety of the vaccines is an issue, as Professor Bamayi rightly pointed me out in a discussion we had by email. This is absolutely clear. Now, let's go to the second point, existing vaccines. What can we do with them, if we can do anything? Now, I will skip this, okay, sorry, but when I was preparing the talk, I thought that it was good to direct people to some readings, but this is much better. You can find that in a better context in the abstract I provided. Now, this is a table in which it's published, okay, we summarized the properties, the relevant properties of the existing cattle vaccines and small ruminant vaccines. And by existing vaccines, I refer to those that have been approved to some extent, okay, by the World Organization of Animal Health. Now, as you know, there are quite a few, in fact, Russian vaccines and Chinese vaccines. I mention them because once in Africa, somebody asked me about them. Those vaccines are, I would say, have never proved their efficacy. The information is poor and obscure, and it's very difficult. I've tried by emailing some colleagues in China, and I never got an answer. Okay. Anyhow, you will find comments about these Chinese and Russian vaccines in the abstract and some references where they are discussed. Well, so now focusing on the World Organization of Animal Health approved vaccines, the first one I want to discuss with you is RB51. RB51 is a ROF vaccine, all right? And here we have the main characteristics of the vaccine. First, was never used successfully in eradication programs. It is not known how many doses you need. What is known is a single dose protects the protection span is less than 4 years, and the protection is very mild or poor. Now, this is probably a statement that needs to be backed up by good data, and then I refer again to the literature that is at the end of the abstract I provided, where you will find a critical review and other discussions about these vaccines. Okay, now the vaccine is not useful, or it is not known to be useful against B. melitensis. And I don't mean B. melitensis infection of small ruminants. I mean B. melitensis infections of cattle, like the one that happens throughout Africa from north to south. It is a misconception that cattle is not infected by B. melitensis permanently. It is if they have the chance. And in conditions like that ones I saw in Nigeria, small ruminants and cattle co-graze in many areas, and indeed cattle becomes infected with B. melitensis, has been reported throughout Africa. So a cattle vaccine should protect against B. melitensis. Now, there are no quality control, biological quality control for RB51. It is not safe in pregnant animals. It is not safe in humans, and this problem is aggravated by the fact that the diagnosis of human brucellosis caused by RB51 cannot be achieved by standard serological tests. There are recent reports from the United States of people infected with RB51 that could not be diagnosed in this way, only by culture. Culture is not feasible in many areas of the world, and this is a very important problem. Now, why the people in the US becomes infected by RB51 is quite surprising. They don't have brucellosis, but they still vaccinate with this thing. And then in addition, they don't pasteurize milk in some areas, and they drink unpasteurized milk contaminated with RB51. Okay, it looks like a joke, but it is true. Now, it is rifampin resistant. And then the main claimed property that would make good RB51 is that it does not interfere in serological tests, and this is only half of the truth. And I will show you data that shows that it interferes in several tests. Now, in fact, okay, this idea of having necessarily brucellosis vaccines that are DIVA is a myth, all right? Well, first, with regard to this vaccine, and then I will comment why it is not a good idea, or why the DIVA on vaccines are not applicable in brucellosis. Here you have indirect ELISA, brucella-free, brucella-infected, detected to some extent, okay, because it has false positives, and RB51 vaccinated animals. And this is the cutoff, and the message is quite clear. Okay, RB51 vaccinated animals becomes positive. And for the competitive ELISA, that is a test I would not recommend, okay, because a series of reasons. You have exactly the same picture. It fails, okay, some brucella-infected animals, and it picks up some RB51. So it's not the DIVA in these tests. Now, why I'm saying that the DIVA vaccines are not used under conditions I discussed for your country. Because even if the vaccine does not trigger antibodies that are detected in standard tests, once they become in contact with the wild bacteria that are around and against which it is supposed to protect, then they become positive in tests. You have here, okay, a control experiment in which animals vaccinated with RB51 were exposed to a wild, to a virulent B. abortus, and you can see that they become positive in Roche de Bengal or serum agglutination test. And this happens no matter whether you vaccinate the animals at 3 months, 5 months, 7 months, and so on. So, this is actually a bad property of the vaccine because confuses the picture of the brucellosis in vaccinated herds. You vaccinate with RB51, the herd is infected, and when you go back, vaccinated and non-vaccinated animals are positive in the test, and that offsets any advantage the vaccine could have in this particular regard. Now, let me discuss strain 19. The strain 19 has a good track as a proven bacteria, as a useful vaccine in eradication in Europe, in many countries of Europe, my country, for example, all right, and the United States, Australia, Canada, and other countries. Okay, so it works. Now, only a dose is necessary for life. It protects against B. abortus and B. melitensis in cattle, Okay, we know that very well in Spain, because in areas of Spain we had the same problem as the one you have with regards to the contacts between small ruminants and cattle. Okay, there are good biological quality controls. Quality is a very important issue in brucellosis vaccines, and not all makers, okay, apply these controls. And if you are going to use this kind of strain 19, you should be very careful about the maker that provides the vaccine. Now, it is not safe in pregnant animals, okay, but, and this is a point that I will develop to some extent, conjunctival application minimizes the safety problem. An issue that is unknown about this vaccine is whether it can be used by the conjunctival route in bulls in a safe way. This would be a very nice project for countries like you. And long ago, we attempted to do the experiment at the National Veterinary Research Institute, but unfortunately, we had issues with the animals and could not finish up the experiment. Now, infects humans, okay, not very infectious, but those infections happen, can be diagnosed, and indeed, those infections happen when people that are using the vaccines do not take the personal protective measures, and interferes in all tests, but this interference is minimized by the conjunctival route. And conjunctival route has been around, let's put it this way, for since the late 80s of the past century, okay, but it was never used extensively. And but the usefulness was backed up by field experiments carried out in Florida, where they had huge herds, and also by control experiments carried out at the Mercier Brucellosis Research Station of France. And then nobody paid attention to those findings until, I would say, in the last decade, okay, when the vaccine started to be used in my country. I'll show you the data. And only recently, 2 years ago, more or less, or perhaps 3, has been produced commercially for conjunctival use. So even if it is not what I would say a new and a break thing, it is quite clear and advanced in brucellosis vaccine. Something as simple as to change the route of application of a vaccine, okay? Now, why conjunctival route works? As you know, cattle, okay, have the tendency to leak material, aborted materials, abortions, placentas, and so on. Here you have a picture on the upper left that was taken in China, in one of the huge farms the Chinese have set up. And when I mean huge, I mean huge. Some of them have 50,000 animals together, all right? And where you can see the cow licking the placenta on another one, or you can see these things that you have probably observed in the field. That means that the most important challenge happens in the mouth and the mucosa of the upper tracts. Now, this is the basis, all right? Basically, in ruminants, okay, you have the challenge. The first and most often colonized lymph nodes are those of the neck, and from them the intracellular bacteria disseminate and reach genitals, other lymph nodes, placenta, semen, and is excreted in milk. Now, the gut is not a route of infection in ruminants, because the fermentations in the rumen would kill Brucella quickly. Now, when you vaccinate here, this is an experiment that was done by one of the teams we collaborate with, okay? The vaccine is concentrated in the cranial lymph nodes and hardly reaches other parts. This makes the vaccine safer because the dissemination is limited, okay? If you do subcutaneous vaccination, okay, the vaccine is just distributed and lasts much longer than in the animal than the conjunctival route. And you are protecting the target. You are protecting the target. Now, things that are said about this vaccine. Okay, the vaccine is very difficult to apply. This is one of the things. All right. The vaccine is very easy to apply. This is a course we gave in Mozambique at the vet school of Maputo, and where you see that my colleague Blasco is just applying the vaccine to animals that were kept at the vet school. Now, this is a mock vaccination, right? There was no vaccine, only the dye that is used to mark the position of the drops that are placed on the eye of the animal. That's why he's not wearing protective equipment. Now, this is very simple. Now, you can say, okay, those animals were restrained and this is not possible under many conditions. Those animals were really mean, I can tell you that, because they were used to the students and they were really, really going amok every time we approached them. So, but anyhow, this is easy to do. Okay, this is easy to do. And if we are talking about dangerous animals, I can tell you about this experience in Uganda. I really was afraid of these cattle. They had long horns. Apparently, they are not so difficult to handle. But in this case, okay, it was a true vaccination experiment with personal protection and dropping the vaccine in the eye, and the vaccine is taken in the sac that is below the eye, and it is extremely simple, and in addition, safer than using needles with this kind of animals. All right. So I would say that this is one of the advances in brucellosis research. If it is necessary to check the serology, which under extensive breeding conditions may not be possible, the conjunctival vaccination has additional benefits. I don't have data from cattle, only from lambs, where you can use the same strategy. And here you have what happens in the percentage of reactors, time after vaccination in months. When you use subcutaneously vaccinated lambs, ELISA is over 90% positive after 6 months. Rose Bengal, the same thing. Competitive ELISA, complement fixation, the same thing. And only a few tests are hardly negative in a high proportion of tests. And those are competitive ELISA and an immunoprecipitation test. I think the picture is quite clear. Like when you vaccinate conjunctivally, okay, in less than 4 months, you have complement fixation is negative, immunoprecipitation is negative, and if you compare the response in the other tests, the benefit is quite clear. Is it useful? Now, look at this. Spain eradicated cattle brucellosis 5 years ago. No, it depends on the areas. And this shows you the results of 3 different strategies in 3 different areas of Spain, where the veterinary services and the conditions are very similar, so comparisons are possible. And you have the percentage, the higher prevalence, okay, in a region like the one that used test and slaughter alone. I know this is crazy, this is very expensive, but anyhow, this is what was done. It's not recommended at all, but it's a kind of control in these observations. And you can see that test and slaughter by itself can lower the prevalence, very expensive. There was a peak, we don't know why, okay, in 2004, 2005, and then, in 2014, brucellosis was eradicated in these areas, with test and slaughter alone. Expensive, I have to underline, okay? Now, RB51 plus test and slaughter. This is, and you can see that it does not work better than test and slaughter alone, okay? And in fact, it is worse than test and slaughter, probably because when you are vaccinating animals, the confidence in the protection of the animals increases, and then you relaxes complementary measures, and then now mark as strain 19 plus test and slaughter. The region that implemented this had something like 10 to 12% higher prevalence, and the drop is absolutely clear in hardly 2 years, and then it was eradicated 10 years and 8 years before than in other areas. And if you consider the expenses caused by test and slaughter, you can say that it's not only very effective, but this is only very cheap as compared to other strategies. So again, conjunctival vaccination is quite clear and advanced. Let's move now to the small ruminant vaccines. The only one that is recommended is REV1. It has been successful in my country, for example. A single dose is very good. It's useful against B. abortus and B. melitensis infections because it has very, very few occasions, but sometimes small ruminants become infected with B. abortus. This was reported by the National Veterinary Research Institute of your country, okay? And yeah, B. abortus was isolated there from sheep, okay? There are good quality controls, interferes in all tests, and now we come to the bad part. It is highly abortifacient, okay? Highly, and highly means highly. You have, you can get something like 80 to 90% of abortions with this vaccine. In addition, is very virulent for humans, and in addition, is streptomycin resistant, and that's a bad trait because streptomycin is one of the drugs that is used again to treat human brucellosis. So let me move to the gap analysis, and then I will recommend very briefly that you download this document. You look for DISCON tools. I was part of the team that worked on a gap analysis in DISCON tools. We were people from Latin America, Portugal, Spain, Germany, and the United Kingdom. And you have the documents there, all right? Then I think, okay, interesting because they deal not only with vaccines, but with other aspects of brucellosis in wildlife, and so on, all right? But I only want to highlight this, that as you expect, okay, as if a small ruminant vaccine was quite clearly one of the gaps, I would say the main gap. The other one was somebody needs to test the safety rules of conjunctival hepatitis 19. All right, that's if you want a minor gap, okay, a minor gap as compared to the small ruminant vaccine. A gap that was underlined is that the know-how on brucellosis vaccine evaluation is almost lost in the world. And you have to be very aware of this because recent literature claiming that some vaccines are very good, okay, and I comment on my abstract on some of them are not granted because the experiments on evaluation are flawed. And conditions on how to run these experiments are described in one of the publications I included in the abstract. And then we have other issues, water buffaloes, camels, yaks, vaccines, diagnostic, PCR standardization, brucellosis in wildlife, taxonomical problems, and so on. Okay, but this is what I want to talk to you about. All right, now. What I will explain next is the research in which I took part, and I will summarize something that took us, no kidding, 15 years of research, because this research is complicated and well, it takes time. In fact, we were 3 teams involved in the research I'm going to discuss with you: the University of Navarra, my university, the CITA station at Aragon, that are specialists in testing vaccines in natural hosts, and then the Center for Immunology, the Marcel Limini in France, that are experts in cellular immunology. We were funded by the Spanish ministry. This is a lot of money, I can tell you, by a company, CC Vaccines, and by the GalMed Foundation. The approach, there are different approaches to develop safe vaccines. In the abstract, I just point out the problems we see in the supposed approach of DNA vaccines, subcellular vaccines, and so on. Okay, and as I pointed out to Professor Bamai, they were too complicated for us. I have to say, DNA and so on, okay, because involves the identification of immunodominant protein antigens, and lots of years of research have failed to identify such antigens. Then you need 2-3 doses, and that's impossible under most conditions to do 2-3 doses. Then there are standardization problems. We just could not think it was a good approach, at least for us, maybe for other people, right? Maybe for other people. I have to say also that the experiments done in mouse model and so on are very disappointing with those vaccines. So what we did is just to think about pathogenesis. Okay, why Brucella is a pathogen? What is the basic mechanism that makes Brucella so virulent? Okay. For that, we followed an immunological approach I will discuss with you. Then genetic tools. Let's see if we can just play a little bit with genes involved and so on. And then metabolism, because metabolism has to do with pathogenesis and target and tropism for some organs, particularly for genital organs. Now, so I will just summarize very briefly the approach of and the results of many years. Now, first, with regards to pathogenesis, Brucella differs from many bacteria in the initial steps of interaction with innate immunity. In the upper part, we have dendritic cell or macrophage. Dendritic cell would be perhaps the best target. We have a bacterium coming. As soon as it gets into contact with the receptors that are present in the surface and in the inner membranes of dendritic cell, there is a strong cytokine response that leads to a quick activation of immunity, and that activation leads to pathogen control. They are not able just to multiply. Now, Brucella follows a different strategy, and it has been proved very clearly in many different models, the observation of the animals and even the human disease. Brucella enters into contact with macrophages and dendritic cells. It's captured, it multiplies, it reaches the endoplasmic reticulum, it's not represented here, all right, and it multiplies. Some bacteria are controlled and killed. Eventually, okay, there is a delayed immunity activation, but there is no control of the ongoing infection. The cell becomes permanently infected. But the animal has eventually, or the human being has eventually developed some immunity. And in fact, this is what we see when we go to the field and we see the animals. The animals have DTH reactions and they have antibodies, but they are unable to control the infection because already Brucella is in a very nice shelter within cells, and the antibodies and the activation came too late to control the infection. Now, this is, of course, a simplification, okay? But anyhow, this is the overall picture, and this is what we need to understand our approach. So our approach is this. We say, okay, let's just modify Brucella so that it is detected by innate immunity, then it multiplies a little bit, okay? The bacterial defects delay reaching the intracellular niche and slow down the intracellular multiplication, and then there is time for innate immunity activation, and as a consequence of the immunity activation, then the specific immunity is developed. Now, to understand this, a little bit in more detail, I'll show you an experiment that we conducted in mice, comparing Brucella injected into mice at 10 to the 4 and Salmonella to the 10 to the 5, and measuring key cytokines, interleukin 10, 1 beta, 6, and TNF alpha. And Brucella is here. You can see that it does not trigger the immunoglobulins, and you see that Salmonella is classically a bacteria that triggers these immunoglobulins. This illustrates what I showed you on the previous slides. So the idea is to try to make Brucella to behave to some extent like Salmonella. To do that, we need to modify the bacteria. How can we achieve this? Well, to understand a little bit more our approach, we need to use this concept, pathogen-associated molecular pattern, PAMP. Innate immunity recognizes bacteria and viruses because some macromolecules in those pathogens have a architectural structure that is identified by innate immunity structure. This is the case in gram-negative bacteria of the outer membrane. This is the outer membrane, the inner membrane, the periplus lipopolysaccharide. This is an antigen that is very well known because it's the same as the one that takes part in diagnosis. Okay, and this is the structure. The structure has an opoly. Now, among bacteria. And this is why dendritic cells and macrophages recognize bacteria before antibodies or T-cell receptors are developed. The focus on this. Now, that this is the problem in Brucella is illustrated here. This is an experiment conducted in dendritic cells, wild-type mouse or mice that were knocked out in the receptors of different PAMP molecules. TLR4 is the receptor of lipopolysaccharide. Response, non-stimulated, Brucella was LPS, and E. coli LPS. And you can see then that the receptor is the TLR4 is shown because there is no response when you knock out the TLR4 receptor. And you see that Brucella is just not sensed, the LPS, okay? Now, so we reasoned that we could modify this bacteria, this molecule of the bacteria. And the first step we did was to investigate the genetics of the synthesis of the molecule. I don't want you to follow through all aspects of this picture. This is a 4-year research in which we were knocking out specific genes, all that are marked with a triangle, all right? Of the different pathways of synthesis we investigated of the Brucella LPS, all right? Eventually, we were able to produce rough vaccines like the RB51, but in another context. We tested them in sheep, and we found out that like RB51 were not useful. But we also identified some genes that are marked here as WDB, WDA, and WDC that have to do with the synthesis of this molecule. And by investigating this, we came out with this very peculiar structure. Instead of have a linear LPS, the Brucella has 4 additional sugars in this position. And in addition, these 4 additional sugars are the glucosamine. Now, this is very important because glucosamine, the amino group, provides a positive charge, and the receptors of the LPS work by identifying negative charges. So we have something that is just hampering recognition by innate immunity, So by disrupting the glycosyltransferase gene that links this molecule to the lipopolysaccharide, we were able to produce Brucella and lipopolysaccharides with different properties that are detected by innate immunity. This is a control that shows you the picture of the LPS, wild type, of the mutant, you can see that the core lipid is really touched by the mutation. And here you can see what happens. The wild type is not recognized. E. coli is control, and you can see that the mutant is recognized, not to the extent of E. coli, but significantly, enough to trigger immunity. And this was the first step in the development of a new vaccine. The second one is very difficult to summarize, but we dedicated a lot of time to investigate the intermediate metabolism and the carbon substrates that are used by Brucella. At the very end, just summarizing this, okay, we had 4 or 5 candidates, okay, for that could be involved in genital tropism, in the multiplication of bacteria in the placenta. Glycerol, lactate, glutamate, pentosis and exosis, okay, and erythritol, that, as you know, is a textbook notion that it has to do with the tropism of the brucella in the placenta. We tested the different mutants, again, many different mutants in trophoblasts, in macrophages. We developed a pregnant mouse model to see if we were in the right direction, and eventually we came up with 3 candidates genetically developed, okay? One of them, as expected, is a mutant that is unable to use erythritol. And the idea is indeed to block any ability to multiply in the placenta. The other one is our double ADC mutant that carries an LPS that is recognized by innate immunity. And this is something I have not discussed, is that we chose to do these experiments in Rev1, okay? There were several strategic reasons for this that would be long to discuss. But Rev1 indeed is streptomycin resistant, okay? So we had an independent line of research in which we modified the ribosome of Rev1 and removed the mutation that in the 30S unit makes the bacteria resistant to streptomycin. So we produced a Rev1 that is streptomycin sensitive. And those were the 3 candidates. What to do with them? Okay. Taking advantage of the expertise of our colleagues at the CITA research station in Spain, and the fact that something that is not really easy to find in the world, the fact they have an experimental pathogen-free flock, okay? We did this kind of experiments. These are very long experiments and very complicated experiments because the main gap is just this, okay? To produce the animals necessary for the experiment, to have them synchronized and to have them mated, okay? And the number of animals is relatively significant. And in addition, some of these experiments at the very end require a BSL-3 facility. So this can be summarized in a single slide, but it's a lot of work. Basically, at mid-gestation, the groups of animals, 12 to 13, that is the minimal statistic to obtain statistical significant data, were vaccinated conjunctivally, of course, okay, with the three mutants. And in addition, of course, we used the Rev1 as a control. Then they were followed, okay, and eventually we did bacteriology and everything. Now, this is just to show you to what extent these experiments are difficult and how proficient are our vet colleagues in CITA. Now, every animal has to be, of course, slaughtered and then dissected, and then lymph nodes from every part of the body, a spleen, other target organs, everything is just removed aseptically. That means something like 12 to 15 organs per animal, all right? And then after this, okay, they are homogenized, and not just take a loop full or 100 microliters or things like that. The whole organ is homogenized in a minimal amount of buffer, okay? and then is seeded, and not on a plate, okay, seeded on selective media. This is essential, of course. 2 different selective media and at least 8 plates per organ, which means something like between 56 and 64 plates per animals with huge amounts of samples, as you can see. So this is very stringent experiment and very difficult to do. Okay, results. We are very happy. With the Rev1 control in one of the experiments, you can see that the animals were excreting the vaccine. The abortions were almost half of the animals, and perinatal deaths, that actually abortions, were also significant. And then the vaccine, Rev1, was recovered from many organs. We have the dissemination, the organs, and so on, but this is just a summary. Now, the mutant that is unable to metabolize erythritol, you see? Perfect. No excretion, no abortions, no peritoneal death, no recovery. The one that is just modified in the ribosome to make it sensitive, I have to say that this modification in the ribosome conveys a loss of fitness by the bacteria. So it's attenuated with regard to Rev1, okay? And then again, 0, 0, 0, no. And finally, the Rev1 WADC, the one that promotes innate immunity, 0, 0, 0, and no recovery. So what we have developed is 3 Rev1 derivatives that are safe in pregnant animals. The question now is whether they protect like Rev1. We started this experiment of protection about 1 year ago. Okay, the animals will be mated next week. They will be challenged, I think, at the beginning of August, perhaps, and we will have results of protection at the end of the year. And if everything goes right, we will have a good Rev1 substitute that could be used in areas of the world where the mass vaccination is necessary. Well, thanks so much for your attention. These are the BSL-3 facilities at the CITA station. You see they're working with the animals, and these are the teams involved. Perhaps the most conspicuous feature of the teams is that 80% of the researchers are women. This is a trend in Spanish universities. Okay, just to mention some names, Amaya Zúñiga is the expert in brucellosis metabolism. Maite Iriarte is an expert in genetics, molecular. Okay, Pili Muñoz is the expert in brucellosis vaccine evaluation. Here, more or less, we have repeated. The only is Raquel. Is the one that identified the WADC gene that promotes innate immunity recognition. Here they are just dissecting and necropsying the animals. And in all of the pictures, I'm here just in a party. I'm a retired an emeritus professor, and I have this privilege. Well, again, thanks so much for your attention. And if you have any questions, I would be happy to try to answer them. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Ignacio Morayon, for that very wonderful and fantastic presentation. Thank you very much for hitting the nail right on the head and bringing so many issues. I think we'll be talking more and more, especially that brucellosis is a highly endemic disease. Not just in Nigeria, across Africa. And like you said, in the developing world, the word you don't like using, but that's the word they use. And yeah, your research team is fantastic. 80% or more women, I think just like in Southeast Asia, it's the same, not a problem. I think it's a good thing. So
yeah,
that's wonderful. Thank you so very much, Professor Morayam. And we'll be taking some questions for 10 minutes. We're a bit behind schedule, but let's see how we can take a few questions in the next 10 minutes. So, dear colleagues, if you have questions, please go ahead and type them. Go ahead and type your questions in the comments section so we can harvest them. If Mr. Kwangs is there, you can help us. We already have somebody saying, in your opinion, which amongst the two vaccines, S19 and RB51, will you recommend for cattle and small ruminants? That's the question. In your opinion, which amongst the two vaccines, S19 and RB51, would you recommend for cattle and small ruminants? Yes.
Okay. Yeah. For small ruminant, none of them. Okay. When you are thinking about vaccines, all right, you have to combine two different properties. All right. One of them is protection, and the other one is safety. Now, S19 was seldom tried in sheep. It was not found necessary in sheep, basically. Okay, and RB51 was tested in sheep in Morocco in a control experiment, and it does not protect sheep against militancy. So RB51 is absolutely, and S19 have no place in the vaccination of small ruminants. Okay, that's quite clear. So for small ruminants, if you can avoid to vaccinate pregnant animals, REV1 is the vaccine of choice. But I already said that there are constraints that are imposed by the climate, and breeding conditions and so on, that make this strategy difficult.
Yes, absolutely.
Now, moving to cattle, quite clearly, I have two strong recommendations. Okay, one of them is use S19 of good quality, okay, by the conjunctival route. That's quite clearly. This is the approach. This is the experience, okay? This is the experience. Now, another strong recommendation is not to use RB51, okay? Protection is poor, wanes quickly, meaning that in addition, the poor protection it provides wanes in less than 4 years, probably less than 3, but only 4 years has been tested, okay? And in addition, under many circumstances, confuses the serological picture because of the assumption that RB51 vaccinated animals are not seropositive, and they become seropositive as soon as they are exposed to wild bacteria. Of course, if there are no wild Brucella, it makes no sense to vaccinate. So it's as clear as that, okay? Now, with regard to the use of conjunctival S19, again, the gap is whether it is safe to vaccinate bulls with the vaccine. That research is pending by the conjunctival route. Okay, that research is pending. I would bet that it would be a good vaccine, but we have no data. And the second one is you possibly will have a small proportion of abortions. According to the data of Nicoletti, that can be less than 1%. Can be that improved, possibly, if we followed an approach like the one we followed in REV1, it would be possible. But think about the inconveniences that research conveys. Now, do you have any idea about how difficult and expensive is an experiment in cattle under control conditions? No country will pay for that, okay?
Yeah.
And is it possible to improve that 1-2%? That's another question, okay? Because not only have you make it safe, but you have also to make to keep the protection. So we have to live with that. We have to live with that. And presently, I would say that the best thing we can do, all right, is to control cattle brucellosis by conjunctival vaccination with S19. There are other things that can be done, but there is no time here for discussion. Is how to combine mass vaccination with vaccination of calves throughout the years, because there are strategies for this that minimize completely the risk of abortion after the first season. But that would be for a different seminar and a course on brucellosis vaccination.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Prof. There's still another question, Professor Murayan.
Okay.
Dr. Ezekiel Edu is asking, is there currently a polyvalent brucellosis vaccine that covers multiple animal species and Brucella strains? If not, given the absence of such a vaccine, how do you think this limitation affects brucellosis control, especially in integrated farms? And are there any prospects for developing a universal vaccine?
All right. Now, let's focus first on cattle. S19 protects against all Brucella abortus virus. Okay. Second, it protects against melitensis, and based on the Spanish experience, it protects against B. melitensis biovar 1 and B. melitensis biovar, I'm not sure if it is 2 or 3, okay, but considering that all bacteria, all Brucella have the same strategy for pathogenicity, the same virulence factors, and that the are homogeneous in 99% of the antigens, I would say that S19 protects against all B. melitensis. In addition, there is evidence that protects against Brucella suis. In some countries, cattle can be infected by it. So I would say cattle vaccine, we are all right. Okay, as I said, infections by B. abortus in sheep are, I would say, anecdotal. All right. So with Red 1, we are, or with Red 1, well, when that's safe, on a safer vaccine, we would be all right. Now, what advantages would be present to have just a single vaccine for cattle and small ruminants? Because I see, of course, I can see that if you go to the field and you use the same thing everywhere, in goats, in sheep, okay, but the main constraint there is not to carry two vaccines. Is to, you know this very well, is to reach the animals, to get to the animals, to get to the farms. When you get to one of the farms, you have the two vaccines in your cold books. I will mention something about the cold chain, okay? And that's it. So I honestly don't see that the little improvement in the practical aspects of vaccination that would suppose to have a single vaccine deserve the enormous amount of research that such a vaccine would need. I don't see that. Okay, I don't see that because, as I said, the constraints are not the vaccines. The constraints are what we have in the iceberg below the water. I think something else in my mind about that. No, I had something in my head and I just forgot it.
Yeah, that's all right, Professor Moran. Hopefully you remember it. If you remember it later, you will let us know. There's still another question. From Dr. Ibrahim Raufu. He said, aside from serological technique, is it possible to isolate Brucella using media and agar? I think in the laboratory, yes. Aside from serological technique, is it possible to isolate Brucella using media in the laboratory?
Okay. Let me just organize the answer. The answer is indeed yes. Okay. In fact, bacteriology is often neglected, and it is said, "Oh, it is complicated, it's too risky, and it is not very sensitive." Okay, those are misconceptions. All right. In live animals, milk is a good sample. All right. And there are clear protocols to handle the milk, to concentrate the bacteria in the milk, and then selective media for the isolation of bacteria or Brucella from milk. Selective media are essential, okay, because milk carries a lot of different bacteria that grow faster than Brucella, and they overgrow the Brucella and so on. But if you do it properly, I mean, I would say that you will identify with a good protocol 90% of shedders quite clearly. Now, other sample that is very good is vaginal swabs, okay? Because after an abortion, months after the abortion, there is shedding, excretion of Brucella in the vaginal fluids, and then you can take a swab, and then you can inoculate it on selective, okay? Selective agar, and that works very well. And another possibility is to inoculate sample after a necropsy, the way I showed you, okay, in one of the last slides, okay? The trick is always to use abundant sample, because bacteria can be, Brucella can be present in organs in very low amounts. You can have shedders that are shedding 5-6 colony-forming units per ml of milk, all right? And then you have to go for them, okay? And to apply good protocols. But if you do that, that's a very good method, okay? And another advantage, it has two additional advantages. First, it's totally specific. There is no question that an animal that is shedding or Brucella is infected. No matter what the serology, the PCR, or whatever method you use, the animal is infected. It's totally specific. And second, you have the bacteria isolated, and you can do all kind of fancy things with them with the means we have now. You can do whole genome sequences, that is now very easy. You can do molecular epidemiology. You can do anything with that. So I strongly recommend that people become trained in bacteriological methods for detecting Brucella from animals. A different question, but overlapping question, is that I also recommend to do this in humans, but in humans is something that we don't have to discuss. There are some precautions that should be taken, okay? For vaccine production, do you have to? No, you don't have to produce the vaccine for different strain species of Brucella. No, you have to use the strains that have been tested throughout the years, that are known to be good, are known how to be produced in fermenters under controlled conditions. And that strain is strain 19, okay? Remember that I mentioned that for strain 19, there are World Organization of Animal Health biological controls, and this is very important, okay? But only strain 19. It is a misconception that to protect African cattle from brucellosis, you need to produce a new vaccine from a local strain. That's not true. All experiments that have been done show that the antigenic makeup of Brucella is conserved no matter the country, okay? So it makes no sense to play with this kind of things, okay? That's it. In other words, no, okay? Only the strains that are recommended for and that we know very well. A second question? Okay, the conjunctival route is neither aerosol, okay, it is, okay, it's a mucosal vaccine, okay, it's a mucosal vaccine. You place a drop like this, okay, with a dropper, or if you want to use a pipette, there are droppers that deliver 30 microliters of vaccine. When you are doing that, you just take the eye sac a little bit so that the drop falls in, and that's it. And the vaccine comes with a blue stain, all right, that allows you to control and to see very well if the vaccine has been taken up by the eye. It's exceedingly simple. It's exceedingly simple. There are videos on the web, okay, in which Dr. Blasco shows how to do it. Maybe I should have given you the links, and I could give you the links, but you will see that it's very simple.
Absolutely. That's right. Thank you, Professor Morayon. I think we're running out of time. More questions are coming, but I think the discussion will continue probably outside of this platform. Yes. Professor Morayon?
Yeah, yes. Happy to answer any questions. They can be sent to my email. All right.
Yes.
I think you have it. I'm happy to share my email with everybody, and I will be happy to answer all kinds of questions.
Yes. All right. So I think somebody made a fantastic comment there, which is nice. Let me just add a little bit, dear colleagues, talking about isolating Brucella species. That just like Professor Morayon has said adequately, yes, especially those vaginal swabs are very rich in Brucella. My own little experience, most of my isolates have been from vaginal swabs, both in Southeast Asia and also here in Nigeria. In fact, recently, we've been able to isolate Brucella melitensis. So if you need isolates, we can discuss more about that. MVRI has isolates of Brucella abortus, a good number of them for abortus. But for melitensis, we've been able to isolate Brucella melitensis in the University of Jos. So in case you want to do some more work on Brucella melitensis, we can talk a little bit more about it. And then there's a comment there about medical counterparts. Sometimes you don't blame them when they are not looking out for brucellosis in patients when cases of abortion or febrile illnesses are reported and all that. It is we talk about the One Health concept, the One Health approach, which we have to utilize. For example, and we know that it is brucella, it is brucellosis. So I had to alert our medical counterpart, our human medical counterpart, that look, a patient is coming, and this is what you should look out for. This is a case of brucellosis, so you don't think too much about malaria or typhoid, you know. So with that collaboration, he was able to adequately attend to the patient, and it's actually a case of brucellosis. It's not typhoid fever, it's not malaria. So I think we need more of this collaboration, and this more we need to use this One Health approach, which we are trying to use when it comes to control of zoonotic diseases. That way, we'll be able to control these zoonotic diseases. So once again, thank you very much, Professor Ignacio Morayon. You can be sure that we'll be collaborating and talking more and more with you when it comes to brucellosis, vaccination, and related research. Thank you very much, Professor Ignacio Morayon. So,
thanks so much.
Bravo, thank you. Gracias. Gracias. Yes. So let me hand over to the registrar, please. Over to you, Dr. Fadipe.
Okay. Thank you very much, Prof. There's an adage in my place that when you are eating meat, you don't want it to finish. And that's actually what you have given us this morning. The same thing goes for Dr. Muyiwa Benedict. It's been a wonderful time with our resource persons. We are going to be bringing up the third resource person now. By name, Dr. Mary McCandis. Dr. Mary McCandis. Dr. Mary McCandis is the chair for Wasaba Vaccination Committee. Okay, I can see her now. I can see her. I've been trying to see her, whether she's on or she's not on. Apparently, I will just want her to come up because she's behind schedule and she's a very busy person. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's my honor to present to us Dr. Mary McCandis for our presentation. Over to you.
Hello, good morning. Well, good morning for me. Can you hear me properly?
Yes, we can hear you properly.
Good afternoon from here.
Okay, so good afternoon. Thank you for the invitation. Let me try to share my screen. Just a second. Let me see how this works. Can you see my screen?
Not yet.
No? Oh gosh.
Mr. Kwangs, can you help?
It says here that it's not possible to share.
No.
Let me see again.
Mary.
Yeah.
Just you have to upload the file in the web. When you press the screen that says present.
Yeah, I did it,
okay.
And then I've chosen the
yes, slides, PDFs, up, and then you choose from your computer that is below in the screen. It takes a few minutes. I had the same issue.
Okay. Slides PDF, you said.
Yeah, slide, and below slides PDF, you find your computer.
Yeah.
And then you press that and you select the file from your computer.
Okay, let me try.
It takes maybe it depends on the Wi-Fi connection, but it works this way.
Oh gosh, it says here that I have to choose a smaller file because this one is too big.
Well, you can print it out as PDF, and then should be easier to upload.
Let me see, just a second.
I had the same issues.
Yes, Professor Morayon had the same issue.
Yep.
Probably Mr. Kwangs can help from the secretariat, from the studio. Maybe he can run the slides for you, if you don't mind.
I can send, yeah.
That's if he has the slides.
No, no
Mr.
one has
Kwangs,
my
do you
slides.
have the slides there?
No.
Oh,
no.
okay.
Yes, I have the slides. I think. Let me check.
Yeah,
you have Mary's slides?
I have shortened the lecture this morning because I thought it was too big.
Yeah.
Just let me send another PDF for you. Just a second. I'm doing it right now.
All right.
And because the one I shared had more than one slide per page. Let me see here, just a second.
Okay, colleagues, just a few minutes, and we'll get on with the presentation. Professor Morayon, greetings from Dr. Bertu Wilson.
Oh, Wilson.
Your people in MVRI VOM.
Yeah, of course.
Yes. And Dr. Ocholi. Ruben Ocholi.
Ocholi is like me, retired, an emeritus.
Yeah.
But he's the one that did a lot of isolation of Brucella in Nigeria long ago, and and also from sheep. Yeah.
Yes, he did.
He did.
That's right. Mostly it's Brucella abortus.
Yes.
Yes. Melitensis has been very difficult to isolate melitensis. Until recent times, we have conquered it using Brucella agar and using some supplement.
Yeah,
some supplement and Brucella agar. We were able to finally isolate melitensis.
Yeah, I would recommend. I would recommend Thayer Martin. Okay, with that because Farrell's is probably the commercial supplement you are using inhibits Brucella melitensis.
Tunji? Oh, sorry, excuse me. Olatunji is there? No, I just sent it on his WhatsApp.
Okay, to Tunji's WhatsApp? No, he's not here at the backstage.
Okay, so
let me see whether
I need to send to anyone. I don't have any contact. Do you want to send me here in the chat? I don't think it's possible, yeah?
It should.
Dr. Fadipe, are you there?
Yes, I'm chatting with Tunji now.
Okay, if he has it, let him send it to us. Or maybe you put your number there. Or maybe if I can put mine.
Do you want my number and then you send me hello? Here, let me.
Tunji is sending it to me already. Don't worry, okay. Tunji is sending it to me already.
Okay. Oh, okay. Fantastic. Sorry about those technical challenges.
Yep.
This is StreamYard. Some of us are too used to the normal Zoom, Google Meet, and other platforms. StreamYard is a little bit new for us, but it helps us to accommodate over 1,000 people at the same time.
Wow.
Zoom restricts us to maximum of 1,000.
No worries. It happens.
So the registrar of the Vet Council of Nigeria is getting the slides. As soon as he finished downloading the slides, the ICT department will be able to upload them from the secretariat. And probably you'll be guiding them while you're presenting, they'll be showing the slides.
Okay.
So, Mr. Kwangs, you let us know when you finish doing the slides. So, colleagues, enjoy the little interlude while we're getting set. We're getting set with the slides. Professor Ignacio Morayo, thank you so very much. I understand you have another engagement, so we'll allow you leave anytime you want to leave.
Okay.
We'll let you go for your next engagement. Yes. While we are getting the slides ready for...
it's a kind of family matter. I have 5 grandchildren, yes. And I have 2 with me. So.
Yes, that's right. Thank you so very much. We
Mary,
enjoyed your presentation so much. Yes.
Mary, I apologize. Okay.
Enjoy your grandchildren.
Okay. Thanks a lot to everybody, and we'll be in touch. Okay?
Yes.
Bye.
Gracias. Gracias. Gracias.
Okay.
All right. There
we
we
are
are
on now. We're good to go.
Great. So I can start. Well, thank you very much for the invitation. I'm sorry for these problems. Next. Let me just do something here. Just a second. Okay, so let me start by talking a little bit about maternally derived antibodies before we talk about vaccination protocols. Next. So maternally derived antibodies are important to protect puppies and kittens in the first weeks of life, but they also interfere with the ability of the neonate to mount its own protective immune response to most core vaccines. So serum MDA prevent vaccine antigens from stimulating an immune response. And this inhibition may persist for weeks and depends on the amount of antibodies transferred and on the half-life of the antibodies. So next. Next, please. Okay, so let's pretend that, this is a graphic of an immune response against canine parvovirus, and 80 is the minimum antibody level to protect the dog against the disease. Next. Next, please. While 20 is the minimum antibody level that interferes with the vaccination. This means that while the puppy has an antibody level above 20, he will not develop an immunologic response when vaccinated. And in most puppies, maternally derived antibodies decline to a level where it is already possible to get a response to vaccination in about 8 to 12 weeks. However, some puppies may still have maternal antibodies above this level around 14 to 16 weeks of age. And this is what's happening in this graphic. This is even more important for cats because a small percentage of cats may still have antibodies against feline parvovirus at 20 weeks of age. So the amount of MDA in a puppy or in a kitten cannot be predicted because it varies depending on the titer of the dam or queen and the amount of colostrum ingested after birth. Next. So in this graphic, the puppy will be protected by MDA until around 11 weeks of age. Next. But during the period where MDA are insufficient to provide complete immunologic protection, but still enough to block the endogenous immune response, which is known as window of susceptibility, a puppy can become infected if it comes into contact with a pathogen. So it is not possible to predict when this window occurs, as the amount of MDA transferred will vary between liters and even within liters for individual neonates. Next. So after MDA drops below the interfering level, the puppy is responsive to vaccination. As it is not possible to predict the exact moment of loss of MDA, the initial core vaccination with modified live virus vaccines usually requires the administration of multiple doses. And we need to understand that they are not booster doses. They are triggered to apply a primary immune response as soon as possible after the MDA has dropped. So we use a sequential protocol of vaccinations because we want one of them to elicit an immune response as soon as possible. So usually what we do is we start core vaccination around 6 to 8 weeks of age, and with subsequent doses given every 3 to 4 weeks until 16 weeks or older. Next. So in this situation here, the vaccine applied at 6 weeks does not elicit an immune response. Next. The same at 10 weeks. Next. But now at 14 weeks, MDA is below this minimum interfering level that can block an immune response, so the puppy starts to produce its own protective antibodies. Next, please. In this other situation, MDA stays above the interfering level until around 16 weeks of age. Next. So if we vaccinate this puppy now at 6, at 10, and at 14 weeks, those vaccines are not able to elicit an immune response. Next. But now, a vaccine given at 16 weeks will elicit an immune response. So in the absence of MDA, a single dose of modified live vaccine will elicit an adequate and robust immunity. So the most important dose is the one administered at 16 weeks of age or older, when almost all puppies must have already lost MDA, being able to respond to the vaccine. So multiple doses of canine distemper virus, canine adenovirus, canine parvovirus, and feline parvovirus vaccines are not boosters. We are trying to elicit an immune response as soon as possible. Next. So in this example here, if you start to vaccinate at 6, then you give a second dose at 10, and then you give another dose at 14 weeks, so you are using a 4-week interval. Next. You need to revaccinate at 16 weeks or older. Next. There's another example. If you start at 8 weeks, you could give one at 8, another one at 12, and another one, a third dose at 16 weeks. It's really important to understand that we cannot stop vaccinating before 16 weeks of age. We are talking about puppies. When we talk about kittens, we have some studies showing that some kittens have still MDA at 20 weeks of age, especially against feline parvovirus, which is feline panleukopenia. So it's really important to do something about. And next, please. In this situation, what we have to control this kind of situation where even the last dose has not properly immunized because there was still MDA in a small percentage of puppies and kittens, we have a last dose given at 26 weeks of age, which is around 6 months. After the initial series of core vaccination, it was recommended to administer another set of core vaccines at 12 weeks of age, months of age. So the purpose of this vaccine is not to boost the immune response. The purpose of giving another vaccine at 1 year or 12 months of age is to ensure the development of protective immune response in any dog or cat that may not have responded to the primary core vaccines. However, when we use this protocol, a puppy or a kitten that fails to respond to any of the core primary vaccination will be left unprotected until receiving this vaccine at 12 months of age. And for this reason, the WSIVA Vaccination Committee have changed this protocol, and we suggest that veterinarians try to reduce this possible period of susceptibility by moving this vaccine from 1 year of age to 26 weeks of age, which is around 6 months. Next, please. So, to reduce the unnecessary administration of vaccine antigens to dogs and cats, we can classify vaccines as core, non-core, and not recommended. Next, please. Core vaccines are those that all dogs and cats should receive after considering the geographic areas in which they live or to which they travel. Some core vaccines protect animals from diseases with global distribution, and in this case, every single dog and cat around the world needs to be vaccinated. But other core vaccines protect against diseases that are prevalent only in particular countries or regions, and we are going to talk about them. Next. Non-core vaccines are those that should be recommended for animals whose geographic location or lifestyle places them at risk of contracting particular infections. So the decision of giving a non-core vaccine must be based on careful conversation between the veterinarian and the owner to understand the risk of this cat or this dog getting infected. Next. And the vaccination committee has classified some vaccines as not recommended because there is insufficient scientific evidence to justify recommending their use anywhere. Next, please. So core vaccines for dogs all over the world are those against distemper, adenovirus, and parvovirus. In regions where rabies is prevalent, vaccination against rabies should be considered core for dogs and cats. Previously, vaccines against lepto in dogs were classified as non-core in our guidelines. However, in our latest guidelines, we strongly recommend that in countries or regions where the disease is present, vaccination of all dogs is highly recommended, and these vaccines should be now considered core. Next, please. So we start to vaccinate dogs or puppies against distemper, adenovirus, and parvovirus between 6 and 8 weeks, and then we repeat every 3 to 4 weeks until 16 weeks or older. Next, please. So the number of these primary core vaccinations will vary somewhat and will depend on the age at which vaccination is started and the chosen interval between vaccinations. So we cannot talk about how many doses a puppy needs. We have to understand that it depends when we start, the interval between vaccines, remembering that the last one needs to be given at 16 weeks or older. Next, please. So the most important of these early vaccine doses is the one administered at 16 weeks of age or older, because then MDA can be expected to have when substantially and a large majority of puppies will be immunized with this last vaccine. Next, please. So we have already explained this. The purpose of the vaccine given at 12 months is not to boost the immune response, but to ensure the development of a protective immune response in any dog or cat that may not have responded to the primary core vaccines. So it is the last dose of the puppies series. And with this protocol, if we keep vaccinating them at 1 year of age, a puppy that fails to respond to any of the core primary vaccinations will be left unprotected until receiving this vaccine at 12 months of age. And for this reason, we suggest that veterinarians try to reduce this possible period of susceptibility by moving this vaccine from 1 year to 26 weeks of age, which is around 6 months. Next, please. Next, please. Yes. So, and if a dog is older than 26 weeks, if a dog comes to your consultation room for the first time and it has already 6 months, dogs older than 26 weeks of age need only 1 dose of modified live core vaccines to be immunized. They don't have maternal antibodies anymore. So we don't need to give 3 or 4 or 5 doses of vaccines. It's important to understand that when you give a modified live virus vaccine, this virus replicates in this animal and is capable of mounting an infection without causing disease, and the immune response mimics a natural infection. So a single dose is enough to immunize. We see some vets like worried or some practitioners afraid or concerned of giving just 1 dose. You can give 2 doses if you want, but you don't need to have this whole protocol with 3, 4, 5 doses because you don't have maternal antibodies anymore. Next, please. And after the last dose administered at 6 months of age, the next dose of canine distemper, adenovirus, and parvovirus can be given after 3 years, and we keep revaccinating this dog every 3 years. There are numerous studies by independent researchers that show that vaccines, modified live core vaccines against distemper, adenovirus, and parvovirus can induce immunity that lasts much longer than 3 years, sometimes 9 to 14 years. So the international recommendation is to revaccinate against distemper, adenovirus, and parvovirus every 3 years, and not annually, as many veterinarians still do. Next, please. Well, I think I don't need to talk about rabies protocols with you guys because you have an expertise on this. But what our guidelines recommend is that in rabies endemic areas, rabies vaccine should also be considered core. There is no discussion about this. Most rabies vaccines are inactivated but are remarkably immunogenic, so a single dose is enough to immunize, but we understand that in many countries, especially in Africa, the recommendation is to give a second dose after a few weeks or months, depending on the country. So we usually recommend giving the first rabies vaccine at 12 weeks of age, but in some countries, the recommendation is to start even earlier. So recommendation intervals for canine rabies vaccines are often mandated by law. So we understand that each country should follow the local laws, our recommendations. And regarding duration of immunity, rabies vaccine usually carry a 1 year or a 3 year licensed duration of immunity, but revaccination intervals should be based primarily on local regulations and, in the absence of these, on the data sheet. We understand that in countries that are endemic for rabies, the recommendation is for annual revaccination in any of those countries. Next, please. So vaccines to protect against canine leptospirosis are now considered core in our guidelines, but only if the regions where the dog lives or to which it travels in countries where leptospirosis in dogs is prevalent. So this means that according to our guidelines, vaccines to protect against canine leptospirosis will be designated as core in many, but in not all parts of the world. Globally, there are currently monovalent, bivalent, trivalent, and quadrivalent vaccines to protect dogs against lepto, and that contains serovirus belonging to serogroups Icterium canicola, Gripotyphosa, Pomona, and Australis. And puppies should receive the first dose of vaccine starting at 8 weeks of age, followed by a second dose 2 to 4 weeks later. And it's important to know which serovars are present in the region so that those vaccines that are used include specific serovars. And we know that this doesn't happen in most of the countries. We really don't know which serovars are present. So sometimes we are using a vaccine with serovars that are not prevalent in the region. Next, please. So if there is an adult dog that has never been vaccinated, this dog will also require 2 doses administered with an interval of 2 to 4 weeks between them. And revaccination should be done annually with a single dose. All vaccines from international manufacturers provide immunity for 12 to 15 months. So there's no problem of revaccinating annually. In some countries, people are worried and try to revaccinate every 6 months, but this doesn't have any scientific basis. Next, please. So the most widely used non-core vaccines for dogs are those against canine Bordetella bronchiseptica and canine parainfluenza virus. Next. Those vaccines are available in different combinations depending on the country, either as a parenteral, an intranasal, or an oral formulation. Parenteral vaccines are generally combined with antigens for distemper, parvo, and canine infectious hepatitis. In some countries, we have intranasal and oral vaccines against the pathogens involved in the canine infectious respiratory disease complex. It is essential to remember that vaccines, every time we have vaccines against respiratory tract pathogens, they do not prevent clinical disease, but they reduce its severity. Next, please. So puppies need to receive 2 doses of the parenteral vaccines starting between 6 and 8 weeks of age, with an interval of 2 to 4 weeks between them. And adult dogs that have never received any of these vaccines also need 2 doses. So I don't know exactly how it works in your country. In Brazil, for instance, where I live, we just have parenteral parainfluenza and Bordetella associated with distemper parvo and adenovirus. So every time I have an adult dog that comes for the first time in our practice, we need to give 2 doses, especially because of parainfluenza and Bordetella. And revaccination is done with a single dose annually. Next, please. So now let's talk about non-recommended vaccines. And the only one that I believe you have in your country is the vaccine against canine enteric coronavirus. Next, please. So how does canine parvovirus reach the gut? Next. Through viremia. The virus initially replicates in the oropharyngeal lymphoid tissues, and then it spreads in the plasma and reaches the gut. Next, please. And how does enteric coronavirus reach the gut? Does it also cause viremia? No. So it reaches the gut through the digestive tract. It goes from the mouth to the esophagus, stomach, and then to the gut. Next, please. And what antibodies are produced when mucosal protection is needed? Because this is a mucosal infection. We are not talking about a virus that has viremia. Next, please. So the immunoglobulin to protect from mucosal disease is IgA. Next one. And what antibodies are produced when we administer a parenteral vaccine, whether subcutaneously or intramuscularly? Next is IgM and IgG. So why are you using a vaccine that produces circulating antibodies like IgM and IgG that will never encounter the virus, since the virus doesn't cause viremia? So you are using a vaccine that will produce an antibody that will never protect against this infection. Next one. And then we question, why don't we use oral vaccines for coronavirus? Because when you give an oral vaccine, you produce local antibodies. Because coronavirus is not considered an important cause of disease in dogs. It can cause mild diarrhea in puppies younger than 6 weeks of age, but since the vaccine can only be administered after 6 weeks, it's pointless to vaccinate. Next, please. In older animals, the diarrhea is moderate and self-limiting, and they are asymptomatic. But can a coronavirus infection worsen a case of parvovirus? Yes, it can. But that's why we vaccinate against parvo. Next, please. So the presence of coronavirus in feces, such as when we use a rapid test, does not indicate that it is causing symptoms. In these 2 studies that were conducted in Brazil, I am one of the authors of the first one. We evaluated the presence of infectious agents in dogs with diarrhea and in healthy dogs. And there was no difference between the groups in terms of the presence of coronavirus. Healthy dogs shared coronavirus in their feces just as frequently as dogs with diarrhea. So therefore, testing dogs for the presence of coronavirus makes absolutely no sense. And that's why we consider that coronavirus vaccines are not recommended for dogs. It's not an important disease. The vaccine does not elicit an immune response for this kind of virus. So in many, many countries, vaccines against coronavirus are not produced anymore. Next, please. And now let's talk a little bit about cats. Next. So core vaccines for cats in all parts of the world are those that protect against feline panleukopenia virus, feline calicivirus, and feline herpes virus. In areas of the world where rabies is endemic, vaccination against rabies should be considered core. In our 2024 guidelines, we designated feline leukemia virus as core in vaccine against feline leukemia virus as core in parts of the world where FELV is prevalent. So FELV vaccines should be considered core for cats under 1 year of age and for adult cats that have outdoor access or live with other cats that have outdoor access. We're going to talk a little bit more about this in a few minutes. Next one, please. So for feline parvo, feline herpes, and feline calicivirus, we recommend an initial core vaccine at 6 to 8 weeks of age, and then every 3 to 4 weeks until 16 weeks of age or older, with subsequent dose given at 26 weeks of age. It's the same that we have discussed for puppies, exactly the same. Remembering that I told you that in some kittens, we still have maternally derived antibodies against feline panleukopenia at 20 weeks of age. So it's really important to revaccinate at 26 weeks, because then we know that at this age, there will be no maternal antibodies anymore. Next, please. So while the feline panleukopenia virus vaccine provides strong and long-lasting protection for many years, the same as we talked for canine parvovirus vaccines, the protection given by feline calici and feline herpes virus vaccines is partial and does not protect against infection or the development of a carrier state. And that's why we recommend 2 doses of feline calici and herpes virus vaccines, even when we are using modified live virus. So when we think about kittens, although a single dose of feline panleukopenia virus is enough to elicit an immune response, we need to give 2 doses of calici and herpes to protect. We give this repeated doses when they are kittens, but we need to understand that they will be just protected when they receive 2 doses after the maternal antibodies have disappeared. Next, please. So if you have a cat that is older than 6 months, if you are giving a modified live vaccine, 1 single dose immunize against feline panleukopenia virus. But if you use vaccines that contain herpes and calicivirus, you need to give 2 doses. And if you use inactivated vaccines or killed vaccines that we have in some countries, we always need to give 2 doses in an adult cat. Next one, please. And what about revaccination? So when we think about feline panleukopenia, it's the same as parvo. The immunity is long-lasting. You could revaccinate every 3 years. And when you think about herpes and calicivirus, if you have a cat that's a solitary cat, an indoor cat that do not visit boarding catteries, this cat can be revaccinated every 3 years because there is no risk of getting infected against herpes and calicium, because those are the ones that we have to be careful. Next one. But if you have a high-risk cat, those cats should be revaccinated every year against feline calicium and herpes virus, such as outdoor cats and cats that regularly visit boarding catteries or have contact with potentially infected cats. We usually recommend to give a feline calicium and herpes virus vaccine 1 to 2 weeks before the main annual visit to the boarding cattery. And in some countries, I don't think it's your case because we don't have it in Brazil also, we have bivalent vaccines just against calicium and herpes virus. And this is nice because then you can revaccinate against parvo every 3 years, or panleukopenia, and against herpes and calicium every year. So if you don't have those vaccines, you should revaccinate every year cats that are high-risk cats. Next one, please. Regarding rabies, the protocol is exactly the same that I have discussed for dogs. So in countries in Africa, usually we recommend 2 doses, starting at 12 weeks, and in some countries even earlier. If it's an adult dog that was never vaccinated, also 2 doses, and then revaccination probably should be annual in every African country. Next one. So as I said before, the vaccination committee has decided to designate feline leukemia virus vaccines as core in parts of the world where the disease are known to occur. So in these parts of the world, we should vaccinate every cat younger than 1 year and older cats that are high-risk cats. So vaccination of kittens, of a kitten is highly recommended because we know that kittens are more susceptible to progressive infection and to develop associated disease compared to adult cats. And that's why we should vaccinate every single kitten. And also because I don't know if this kitten lifestyle or risk of exposure to FELV will change with time. For instance, if the kitten goes to another house. There is something that we understand now is that if you vaccinate a puppy or a kitten, they even if you stop vaccinating them for 6 or 8 years, if you need to revaccinate when they are old, they will elicit a proper immune response. But if you get a dog or a cat that was never vaccinated and start to vaccinate around 8 or 9 years of age, probably this dog or this cat will not elicit a proper immune response. This is really important. That's why we have to focus on puppies and kittens, because they will have memory cells, and even if you don't vaccinate them for years, if you will vaccinate when they are old, they will elicit a proper immune response. So that's why that's one of the reasons that we should vaccinate every kitten until, and then another dose when they are 1 year old, and then you decide if this cat needs to be revaccinated or not. Next, please. It is important to keep in mind that vaccinated cats can get infected, that vaccines probably do not prevent virus integration, but they provide protection against progressive FELV infection and associated disease, but may not protect against all outcomes of FELV infection. And another important point is that all cats should be tested before vaccination, and we should vaccinate only FELV negative cats. I understand that sometimes the test is more expensive, costs more than the vaccine. When I was a professor at São Paulo State University, we had many clients that could not afford the test and the vaccine. And in these situations, I usually opted by giving the vaccine even without testing the cat. But this is not ideal, because if you have a positive cat, this cat should be isolated, and it's pointless in vaccinating them. Next one. So we recommend an initial vaccine at 8 weeks of age, followed by a second dose 2 to 4 weeks later. And then we should revaccinate all cats 1 year following this initial series, or at 1 year of age. And then adult cats, if you have an adult cat that was never vaccinated, it will require 2 doses also, 2 weeks apart. Next, please. Then high-risk cats should be vaccinated annually, while low-risk cats can be vaccinated every 2 to 3 years, depending on the vaccine used. And if you have a cat that has no risk of exposure, we should not revaccinate. Next. And then we have non-core vaccines for cats, that are those that protect against chlamydia, Bordetella bronchiseptica, that I was told that you don't have in your country, and feline immunodeficiency virus. I was informed that you don't have intranasal vaccines, but Olatunji said that you have chlamydia and feline immunodeficiency virus. So next, please. Next, please. So both attenuated and inactivated vaccines are available to protect cats from chlamydia. These vaccines do not entirely prevent infection and shedding of chlamydia after challenge, but they minimize the replication of the organism and reduce the severity of clinical signs. This vaccine should be used only in multi-cat household where infection is confirmed. We have seen transient fever, anorexia, lethargy, and lameness 1 to 3 weeks after the use of vaccines containing chlamydia in a low percentage of cats. So we don't recommend a regular use of chlamydia felis vaccine. We just recommend this vaccine if you really know that this is a problem in your region. Next, please. So kittens need to receive 2 doses, 2 to 4 weeks apart, starting at 8 or 9 weeks. Adults also need 2 doses, and revaccination should be annual, but only for cats at sustained risk of exposure. Next, please. Regarding FEIV vaccine, only inactivated adjuvant FEIV vaccine has ever been licensed and is currently available. There has been long debate regarding the use of FIV vaccine. One reason for this has been conflicting data from vaccine efficacy studies and whether it can effectively cross-protect against the many different subtypes of FIV found in different geographic areas. And the second concern has been that FIV-infected cats vaccinated against FIV can test, uninfected cats, that are vaccinated can test positive on serologic tests. There are now point-of-care tests that can discriminate between infection and vaccination, but they can only be performed after a few months that the cat was vaccinated, so usually 6 months. And this is a little bit complicated. Next, please. The FIV vaccine should be given to kittens from 8 weeks of age, with 2 further injections 2 to 3 weeks apart, followed by a 12-month injection. And annual revaccination is recommended for cats at continued risk of exposure. Only uninfected cats should be vaccinated because there's strong likelihood of incomplete protection afforded by this vaccine, we should retest cats every year before revaccination, which is really complicated, yeah, and expensive. Next one, please. And finally, the feline infectious peritonitis vaccine is considered not recommended by our committee because there is insufficient evidence that this vaccine induces relevant protection. Only cats known to be feline coronavirus antibody negative at the time of vaccination are likely to develop some level of protection. And this vaccine is labeled for administration from 16 weeks of age, but many kittens become infected with coronavirus before this age. So also this vaccine contains a serotype 2 strain of the virus that does not induce cross-protective reaction or protection to serotype 1, which is the most predominant. So we don't think we should use vaccines against feline infectious peritonitis. Next, please. So this QR code take you to our website where you can find our documents, our latest guidelines published in 2024, and we have also tables with vaccination protocols to download and print. So you will find many resources in our website. Next, please. Thank you very much. This is my email. I usually reply to all emails. Sometimes it takes me days or weeks, but I reply to every email. So if you need any article or anything, just email me and I will try to send you. Thank you very much.
Fantastic presentation there by Professor Mary Macondes. Registrar, are you there? All right. I think it's time to take a few questions. It's been very wonderful, enriching, powerful presentation. We already have questions that have been popping in left, right, and center, like Dr. Ayedun said, Professor Macondes, that dogs have been found to have rabies at even 8 weeks. And the recommendation is to start vaccinating at 12 weeks or so. What is your comment? What do you say about that?
Okay.
Because you have these dogs with rabies already at 8 weeks.
Yes. So thank you for this question. Yeah, as I said, this is our guideline. Our global recommendation is to start at 12 weeks, but in countries where rabies is endemic, if there is a recommendation to start earlier, you can start even at 4 weeks of age. So it depends on the recommendation of your country. In general, we recommend to start at 12 weeks, but there is no problem to start earlier and then give a second dose if in case that this puppy was not properly immunized earlier because of its immune system. You can revaccinate and try to elicit an immune response with the second vaccine, but there's no problem in starting before 12 weeks. This is just a global recommendation, but we always say that for rabies, you should follow local laws.
All right, so Dr. Ayedun, that answers your question. Dr. Ezekiel Edu is saying, considering that parvovirus immunity is said to last up to 3 years, while the other components of the DHLPP vaccine are recommended annually, how do we practically manage revaccination when the commonly available option is the combined penta vaccine? Also, what do you say about the growing recommendation to check antibody titers before revaccination, especially in settings where resources are limited?
Okay, so thank you for this question. Join the club. This is a problem that I have in Brazil also. if you go to the US, to Europe, to Australia, they all have distemper, parvo, and adenovirus combined, and then they can give this vaccine every 3 years. And just to understand that when a manufacturer licenses a vaccine, they have to present a study, and usually those studies are really expensive. And because of this, they are usually conducted for 12 months. So when they say to revaccinate every 12 months, even against distemper, parvo, and adenovirus, is because they performed a study for 12 months. But this is the minimum duration of immunity. But we have many studies that were conducted by independent researchers proving that the immunity is way more than 3 years. As I said, 4 years, 9 years, 15 years. So you don't need to worry about those 3 antigens. But the problem is that in Latin America, in Africa, in other countries around, usually Latin America and Africa, I think this is those in these places is where we have this problem of having distemper, parvo, and adenovirus with multi-component vaccine with lepto and paninfluenza and bordetella, and then we have no choice. We have to revaccinate every year. So what we are trying to do is that we are pushing manufacturers to come with other vaccines, other portfolio in our region to try to allow us to vaccinate every 3 years against those 3 antigens, and every year just against lepto and bordetella and paninfluenza. Regarding serology, we have some tests that can give us an idea of protection against distemper, parvo, and adenovirus, just against those 3 antigens. And I understand that they are really expensive, and in my country, they are more expensive than vaccinating. So sometimes we don't use them because it's easier to vaccinate. But what I can tell you is that you don't need to worry about revaccinating every 3 years. If lepto is not important for you, if you don't have lepto in a country, and if this dog is not at risk of getting respiratory diseases, you can revaccinate every 3 years without testing, because you can be sure that those dogs will be protected against parvo, distemper, and adenovirus. And I'm always talking about international vaccines. Why we talk about international vaccines or international manufacturers? Because we don't have enough scientific evidence that local produced vaccines protect against those antigens as well as an international vaccines. We have many studies with international companies, but for instance, I have a company in Brazil that we have never seen a publication for independent researchers about what happens with these vaccines. So every time I talk about revaccinating every 3 years, I'm talking about international brands, okay?
Absolutely. Professor Macondes, there is the issue about leptospirosis here in Nigeria. Vaccination is on, but especially, let me talk about the north central part of Nigeria, Plateau State. For example, we've had the experience of vaccination, well, I call it vaccination failure. You vaccinate for leptospirosis, but the dogs keep coming down with leptospirosis. My own personal experience, I will tell you, Professor Macondes, in the last 5 years, I've stopped vaccinating my dogs for leptospirosis. I tried to control. So far, I've been successful for about 5 years now. I don't vaccinate for leptospirosis. I've vaccinated for rabies, and others. But for leptospirosis, I've had a lot of failure because the dogs come down with leptospirosis, and then I have to pump them with massive doses of antibiotics, to control. Probably the vaccine we're using around here doesn't take care of the strain of leptospira that we have, or what is it? I don't know. What is your take? What's your own experience, Professor Makondes?
Yeah, I think what happens is that usually we don't have isolating studies that isolated lepto from regions, usually because sometimes what we consider as is using serology to tell us which is the serovirus present in the region, and serology doesn't correlate with the serovirus that's present. We have many cross reactions, what we call paradoxal reactions. And for instance, I can have a dog that's infected with lepto, and it has, for instance, a titer of 1,600 against Pomona, and the actual serovirus that's causing the infection is Bratislava, for instance. What I mean is serology cannot predict which serovirus is causing the disease. We need to isolate, cultivate, and perform probably genetic evaluation to understand which is the serovirus present. So the problem is that most of our vaccines come from Europe or the US, and then we are based on their serovirus and not the one present in our region. I think this is one problem. And that's a problem that we face sometimes, that we have vaccines, but the serovirus that are present in those vaccines are not the ones causing disease in our region. And I believe that's the most common problem when you have failure to vaccines. I think he's frozen, yeah, Professor?
Okay, thank you very much, highly esteemed and revered Dr. Mary. Honestly, if we want to consider this your topic, we'll be here for a whole week because it's actually highly voluminous and very interesting. We are so glad to have you. Thank you for sparing your time and having to wake up, join us from your end, not the sacrifices. We are indeed very, very grateful. I'm sure we have your slides, we'll go through, and then we'll try to reach out to you at a more later time than now. Thank you so very much. We are very, very grateful. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the invitation.
Okay. Okay. And so now we are going to be moving on. We have the keynote speaker who is currently in Tanzania for a meeting, and that is our own very Professor Oyewale Tomori, who has been eager and itching to come on and make his presentation. I want you to fasten your seatbelts and get a cup of tea by your side because you are in for another wonderful ride. You can see from the time we started till now, it's been wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Dr. Muiwa Benedict, wonderful. Professor Ignacio, wonderful. Professor Mary, wonderful. Now I want to take the presentation from Professor Oyewale Tomori. Who is Professor Oyewale Tomori? Professor Oyewale Tomori, like we all know, was born when several of us, our parents, were not even married. And he graduated from the great Ahmadu Bello University in the year 1971, when over 80% of people on this call were not born. And Professor Oyewale Tomori has distinguished himself as someone who is a pioneer in so many fields. One of it is the fact that he was the pioneer vice chancellor of Redeemer University. And of course, Professor Oyewale Tomori was one time the fellow of the Academy of Science. Of course, you know that he is the first veterinarian to be the fellow of the Academy of Science, and then he later became the president of the academy. Professor Oyewale Tomori is a household name in the veterinary practice, and we want to say, Daddy, you are welcome to give us your presentation. Thank you for always accepting to talk to us. There is no time we knock Prof's door unless it is impossible. Prof is willing to interact and relate with us. Over now to Professor Oyewale Tomori, FCVSN FAS.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
You know, you'll have to share my slide because I couldn't do it from here. It says it's not accepted, I don't know. But you got my slides.
Okay. Yes, we do have your slides, sir.
Professor Bamayi has my slide. Dr. has my slides.
Yes,
share the slides.
And Mr. Kongs also has it. They're uploading it right now, Prof. Yes, they will soon be done.
Okay, so as soon as I'll be looking at my own slide from here, and then I'll just be telling you next slide, so that you can tell me when you're ready, and then I'll also be ready to give my own slide at the same time.
Greetings from Makurdi, sir. Now that the slides are not on yet, let the president use this opportunity to extend his warm greetings. How is Dar es Salaam, sir?
Dar es Salaam is fine. The weather is nice. We just finished the meeting I came for, so I just rushed back to my room. You know, I'm still wearing my tag, but I don't know whether you can see me. I removed it now. I wish I had the veterinary council tag to wear, but that's okay.
Okay. Nice to see you, sir.
Let me know when the slides are on, and then I'll tell you. My pleasure. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
So, colleagues, it's a very unique opportunity for me. I mean, once a vet, ever a vet. I couldn't have any other profession because this profession has done so much for me, and I would be unfair if I don't keep telling everybody I am a veterinarian. And any of you, wherever you are, you just must let people know you are a veterinarian. There are not too many professions like our own. And you are versatile, you are applicable, you are anywhere you go, you know a vet has been well trained. But that's the reason why I feel so proud to be amongst all of you. Sometimes you introduce me as daddy and whatever, but I'm actually your colleague. And I'll always be glad to be your colleague anytime, any day. So I'm waiting if the slides are on.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Is it on?
Can you see my screen?
Hello? I'm not, I mean, unfortunately, I'm actually using my own screen also for my slides, so I cannot see you. I can see myself, but I can't see any screen.
Okay. So,
but is it showing over there?
Exactly. Yeah, bring your own.
Okay, fine.
Sorry for the delay. I think the connection between you and others discussing. I tried to use. I never used this your streaming.
Can you see your screen?
Can you see it now? No, I can't see my screen. I can see myself. That's all I see. But I don't see the screen. Oh, okay. Just a second. I'm a bushman. Don't worry. Now I've seen it. Okay, what do I do? So I can continue now, Abi?
Yes, you can continue now.
I can see the screen now.
Okay, sir, you can continue now,
Okay,
sir.
so don't mind me. Thank you very much. I'm glad you can hear me. When you do computer by adult education, that's what happens. So all these your stream yard and all those, me I know Xavier Amato. But you can see the first slide, which is showing the title and the whatever. You can see that. Who is moving on? Can you move to the next slide then? Because I don't seem to be able to control you from here. Okay, thank you very much. So that's the trend of my presentation. Starting with some introduction, what is veterinary medicine? I'm sure you'll be wondering what this old man talking. Don't we know what veterinary medicine is? But I think it is always important to remind ourselves what our profession is. Many people forget what kind of profession they have. And then what is trending in the veterinary medicine? And what are the prospects? What challenges? Are you putting it on the presentation mode? Because what I'm seeing is not the presentation mode here. Hello? Oh, let's leave it at it. That's all you can see. Can I move on to the next slide? Next slide, please. Hello? I wish I can control it myself. Then I will have done a quick job through it today. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, sir. Yes, we can hear you, sir.
But is the man changing his slide? Okay, you change to the second. So I just wanted to say I'm sorry. I was supposed to have given the keynote address. Other people had to come before me because of my program. Next slide, please, so that I can make it as quick as possible. Next slide. You have to be as fast as I talk, or I am a bit talkative. Okay, so what I wanted to do was that I said, why in the world are you calling anyone like myself, an old horse like myself, to talk about new trends and modern trends in this an advancement? But I said, yes, actually, maybe if there's anybody equally qualified. First of all, I've seen the ancient, and I'm alive to see the modern. So I'm in a position to compare the two. Moreover, the spirit of continuing education is the point we are raising. Calling me when I'm close to 80 to come and start talking, it also meant me too, I had to go and study to be able to make this presentation. For two reasons. I'm coming before my colleagues. I'm calling before esteemed people. So I can't do anything less. I mean, veterinary medicine is about quality. So when you call me and you say to come and do it, you're also giving me that spirit of continuing education. So I'm in a place saying to all of you, there's no age limit to learning. No age limit at all. I keep learning, and I've said it by the grace of God, the day I will stop learning will be the day I die. And if I hear somebody when I'm in the grave, somebody tells something which is wrong, I will get up, knock it down, and say, let me correct that thing before I go back to the grave. That's what continuing education is all about. Next slide. Next slide. Okay. So you see what is very important. Ask that question. You know, I mean, and I'm saying, I think to do me a favor. Let me just use my own slide while you're using yours. But I'll just be saying next slide so that I assume it's going on. So, so now I'm asking. I mean, I said, what is veterinary medicine? It's a very unique profession. It deals with the medical care and treatment of animals, apart from pets and food animals, but it's also involved with wildlife presentation and conservation. Apart from that, it is crucial in public health, prevention of zoonotic diseases, protection of, protecting the human health and enhancing food supply. You can see the spread of veterinary medicine. Many of us actually forget what a profession we have. We assume you're limited in your own area. The total sum of veterinary medicine is the combination of everything and each of you on this panel and other there are. When you add all of that together, that's what we call veterinary medicine, not small animal medicine, not large animal medicine or whatever. Any area where you are as a veterinarian, that's what makes the veterinary profession. And that's one of the next slide, please. That's one of the things that makes us different from the others. Next slide, please. The thing is slow. Or am I the one that's have you seen the next slide? Okay, I think I may have to go back because I don't know when your last night comes up. Can anybody show me when it is? Okay, thank you. So I said veterinary medicine has come a long way, and there's no end to veterinary medicine. New technologies and advancements are coming, both in animal health, and this is providing opportunity for better care for the animals. What are some of these new technologies? What are these new innovations? What are these advancements we're talking about in veterinary medicine? And how do we key into it? How do we get ourselves involved in what is going on? We should not be frightened by new technologies. We should not be afraid of it. It's an opportunity. It's something we need to embrace. Next slide, please. Something we need to embrace, to make our profession better. And so these are the recent advances in veterinary medicine, which include groundbreaking and growing new technologies in the area of telemedicine, in the area of artificial intelligence, and also in the area of regenerative medicine. You end up with a situation where, in addition to that, there's a focus on personalized care now, which is happening. It's not just a general treatment. Each patient, each dog, each animal that comes to you is treated with his own personal information. It's genomics and genomic part of that animal. That's what you use in the treatment, not just a broad-based, every dog gets this so many tablets for something. Maybe each of them will have their own genetic modification, which will ensure that you give it targeted and personal treatment. And then it will improve. The new techniques are improving diagnosis. The days of waiting for years to get a result from the lab is gone. We are having a situation where you bring a sample, even before you talk about it, the result is on your table. That's the kind of innovation we're getting. And then you see it also involves in your treatment and in overall well-being of that pet. So what are these technologies and what are these innovations? We talk about telemedicine. We look at telemedicine as one of the things we're looking at, and we are virtual consultation, which means you can be wherever in Makurdi as our president is, and you can talk to a colleague who is somewhere in Lafayette or whatever, and telemedicine becomes, we can exchange things using the internet. Just as I'm here talking to all of our colleagues wherever you are, and you have joined online. We are here. We saw somebody from Spain joined us. Somebody from other place joined us. We translate that also in the issue of treatment of animals, in looking of diagnosis, so that you don't have to have everything done. By networking, you can actually make use of the facilities in other parts, in other places. There is this artificial intelligence, which, for me, I always say this is AI. For me, stands for African intelligence. But many of us don't really know that we are that intelligent. We have been so, education has colonized us, we don't even know how important we are. And that same colonization is what is happening to some of you over your profession. You look, I know some of you, don't be annoyed if I say it, but I will say what I say. Some of you are still regretting that you didn't do human medicine, because you thought you stumbled into vet medicine. You don't know what God has done for you. You stumbled into one of the best professions that you can ever have. So you have no regrets, not being whatever it is you want to be. Make the best use of this veterinary profession. There's no limit to what you can do with your veterinary profession. And then there's also the what you call the regenerative medicine, where you're now you're making repairs of the body through genomics and through gene therapy. These are the next slide. So the next slide is going to show you the again part of the technology we're talking about. You see a situation in which your what called precision imaging, in which you have the old X-ray that we used to use. They've gone beyond that. We're talking of CT scanners, the MRI, and all those things which have been used in human medicine. Tells you directly what is the situation. That's where science is going. It's not only human medicine, it's going on in veterinary medicine. And then we look at molecular diagnosis, genomics. That becomes the thing that the trademark now that we're using for your proper diagnosis. In those days, like in one of the places where I gave a lecture, I said, in our days when we used to do diagnosis, we will wait for second convalescent serum, which is like about 2 weeks after the person is sick. By the time you give out the result, you're only telling the doctor the reason why your patient died. But things are changing now with this new technology. You can get result as soon as within 24 hours. And I'm looking forward to a situation where with AI and all that one, you can actually predict and prevent people from getting infection through the combination of all the facilities. I gave a good example. You know, take the case of yellow fever, which is one I'm very close to. You have the you know your people, how many people in your area have yellow fever. Your biologists know which mosquitoes are carrying the virus, and they know how those mosquitoes fly, where they reach. And you can predict in the next 2 or 3 weeks, this mosquito is going to fly into that place and give this guy who doesn't have antibodies against yellow fever, and he'll be beating him. Therefore, you can actually prevent. This is the stage the world is going. Not waiting for the person to be sick before you do diagnosis. They are looking at all the compilation of all that and said, these are the possibilities that will happen. This mosquito that is in Akwanga today is going to fly to Lafia, and this veterinarian who is not protected yellow fever is going to be bitten by that mosquito and prevent it. And then they'll tell you the mosquito is coming. These are things that the world is going, and that's what. And then robotics. Now we are having robots. They are carrying out surgery. Not manually. They are doing it without invading, minimal invasion into the body. That's the kind of situation you are doing. So, and then you get the situation where even drug therapy, nanotechnology is now bringing in a way where we can even introduce drugs into this through the nanotechnology. Very effective, and it goes exactly to where it is supposed to go. I heard recently that they found a system where the drug that they give will go straight to there's a connection to the targeted cell, just like a virus attaches to a cell. So also the drugs now are attaching directly to the infected cell, not the one that destroyed the entire body. And then we go into the other technologies where you call it wearable technology. They put something in your face and you can see much more than you can see more on the surface. Next slide. Next slide, you're going to see even the situation is moving to what we call personalized and personal care, preventive care, in which case you're actually looking at the individual, because we all have different genomics set up. Your patient, has different genomics set up. You have that information. And now if you give this to this is what happens. So people are going down to the individual level. It's not a population treatment now. We're talking of tailored treatment directly on the person, on that animal, based on the genetic condition of that animal. That's the situation we're going to. And then we're moving into a situation where also you're looking at, you're focusing on preventive care. You don't want the animals to be sick now. And I mentioned something just now about yellow fever and something. We're actually looking into that situation where there's so much information which can be collated together by AI and makes you to be able to prevent an infection to come to your animal, because the vectors are going to move in that direction. They're going to bite the following animal. You know which of your animals are protected. All that combination comes up, and then you can actually single out and say, don't go that way, and so that the animal will not come in contact with the vector that will give you the infection. That's the way the world is going. And then, of course, even in terms of nutrition and diet, because they monitor all that on what is fitting, what fits you, what type of nutrition, what type of food you don't need. Next slide, please. The next slide is going to tell us which other areas, which are important. Can you give me a second? I just want to take out the slide, move it out a bit before. I'm seeing it from here, but it's not as clear as I would love to see it. Just 1 second. Okay, so now let me so you get to, you're not likely to see me anymore, but that's good. So I said there is also the increased focus on companion animal medicine. There's a growing tendency now which is focusing on that individual animal. I mentioned something like that, a specialized treatment. You know your pet, like you have all the data about that pet, and you know what to give it and what not to give it. And there's also this results in enhanced client relationship. Now you are using AI to schedule your clients, your appointments, your work schedule, so you can focus on being a veterinarian and not become a clerk in your office. AI will sort all that for you and fix all the who's coming in, alert you when somebody, so you're able to provide better service, and better communication to your clients. And then there's also the idea of that you are now opportunity, just like we are doing now. You are doing continuing education. In those days, you may have to go to ABU or go out of your office and close your distance. Today, you are sitting in your house, wherever you are, and you are getting involved in continuing education. So we also need to look at the fact that we are not looking at the holistic veterinary care. They are looking at alternative methods along with the common one that we know. They are looking at also what I call alternative therapies. Of course, pain management is another area where it's happening in human population, but they are looking specifically at new treatments that looks at medication that focuses on pain, for example, or where you have some of the situation where a person has an injured disease or an injury. Take example like people who have sickle cell now. They have gene therapy that will actually replace the cell in there. So you are making that information available because you know the situation. And all this will require, changes because we are bringing in new techniques. The cost will make beyond, therefore insurance. I don't know how many you have heard about pet insurance. So there are other things coming up along the line. Now there's the issue of pet insurance. So finally, we have challenges, of course. We have, you remember we talked about AMR. When we're talking about antimicrobial resistance, often we focus as if it's a human problem. A lot of it is more of the human side. Those of you, those who treat with poultry and treat the animal ahead of a day or two later, you are putting out for sale. We contribute as much to AMR, so we need to have this kind of information. What are we doing about all those things? And then we're looking at the rising cost of, I mentioned that already, about the fact that now people will need to have because if you're going to use new technique, you have to pay for it. Let's not forget about that. And now even people are preparing special services from us. Next slide, please. So let me move away from general veterinary practice and look at our own area, tropical veterinary medicine. What are the things that affect us? And this is where you come in and say your training makes you so special. For example, vector-borne disease control is something that you and I need to understand. What is the role of the ticks? What is the role of other tsetsefly? What is the role of all those things? You're not just sitting there and saying, I treat the animal before I come. Why can't we go and deal with the source of the problem? So you need to get yourself involved, and so it be open up new area for you and I to work in. I'm sure I know many of you remember the entomology class that we had in ABU or whatever in the other universities. Now there's something called the integrated surveillance program. One of the things I quarrel with NCDC for example, when we're dealing with avian influenza, well, why should NCDC be the one in charge? Avians are not human beings. But then we let these people allow them to do what they like with us because we will not assert ourselves the way we should assert ourselves. Who is the best person to deal with animal diseases? It's not the veterinarian. So why should NCDC be the one that is in charge of avian influenza? These are problems. This because you and I will not. And it's through continuing education like this that you can know what exactly your versatility, the horizon of what you can do. And then I'll talk about One Health Agreement. I think I have a slide. Next slide, please. Can you show me the next slide? Okay, that's okay. So I'm going to show some slides about One Health, where you come in. The One Health perspective looks at the fact that zoonotic diseases become, in fact, you get the disease, 70 to 80% of diseases that cause epidemics are zoonotic diseases. So if we are the ones that are dealing with the source of the problem, why are we not involved in zoonotic disease as much as we should be? Why are we letting other professions do those ones? So I'm hoping that through this opening of our eyes to see these things, through this continuing education, we know that we are not limited to pets and nothing alone. There's so many other areas. And I think I'm one example of such. I'm not proud to say I didn't practice vector for one day, but I went straight into a research area. And it's because of the training that we had that made this thing. Now we're looking at comparative medicine. In some universities, pathology classes or those things with human and other are held together. So we better understand each other. But I'm sure here in Nigeria, the veterinary school is doing its own, the medical school is, nobody is talking to that. Yet we're all coming back together under One Health. If we don't know what is happening and they don't know what is happening on our side, how can we be of help to each other? And then this interdisciplinary collaboration, we don't have it. There are areas where you as a veterinarian should be the one in charge. I'm at a meeting here today, which is being organized by Wellcome Trust. And the talk of One Health and the role of veterinarian came out very prominently. Next slide. The next slide will show you the issue of the SDG. We think we have no role in this sustainable development goals. We have. We're involved in nutrition. We're involved in zoonotic diseases. We're involved in providing food for the population. All the issues that are concerns, protection of people and all that. Why? I'm not sure how many of our veterinary colleagues who are here have ever, you must have seen SDG, but probably we never showed any interest in it. But yet, that's an area where you and I can open the door for us to do. And then the issue of research and education. Let me tell you one thing. I keep saying it. You may say I'm boasting. The best researcher, the best person for research is the veterinarian. Why? Because your training attunes you to observe better than other people. Like I used to tell somebody, the dog cannot tell you I have bellyache. The goat cannot tell you that I have headache or have diarrhea. You observe, you know. All that things you learn small by small when you're in school. When you get the research, like you become the expert, because it just comes to you naturally. But we never make use of the talent that we have. No, we assume, I'm a vet, I'm a vet. You are more than a vet. You are a fantastically trained individual who can show that just a little bit of your veterinary training, you excel wherever you are. And then training of capacity building. I always talk about capacity retention. No, that's okay. The issue of capacity retention. We talk so much about capacity building, but we don't create the environment to retain the capacity we have built. How many of you have gone training? You are doing training now. When you go back, what is happening in the same situation in Nigeria? Are we getting involved in ensuring that they create a enabling environment? With new things that are coming out, the Ministry of Livestock and things. This is the greatest opportunity that can ever happen to any veterinary profession. But get yourself involved in that. Don't say it's a ministry thing. So I'm talking about One Health. This is what just to show you how important the animal section is important. It's a triad of humans, animals, and the environment. And you and I have role in two areas. You can be at the animal side, and you can also involve in the environmental side. So you see how important it is for us, you and I, to be addressing this, open our eyes to all the challenges that are coming our way and make use of them. Next slide. In the next slide, you're going to find, I'm just going to show you some pictures. See the kind of things that happen, how humans and animals and we meet together, and how we spread disease amongst ourselves. Next slide, just to show you that there are many, many things that are happening. Next slide, please. So the next slide, this slow a little. Next slide. Hello, can you hear me? Hello? Can we have the next slide, please? Whew. Hello? Thank you. Again, to show you more pictures about the relationship, how humans and animals, we relate and spread disease amongst ourselves. Just quickly go to the next slide. Next slide, please. Is it the internet or me? Okay. So another important thing for you and I is surveillance. It is surveillance. It is animal care. It is community engagement. It is responsible governance. It is political community. So these are things that affect your work. And you cannot afford to just focus on only one side. Take the issue of community engagement. How well do you relate as a veterinarian with your community? How well do I relate with the people to show that if you do this, this is what happens to you? Those who live in the same compound with goats and sheep are not together in the same compound. How much information do we have? What has the veterinary profession done to bring that attitude to show that community what it is? What is the governance that we're having around us? We're lucky we now found the Ministry of Livestock and something. But would that ministry be like any other ministry that we complain about regularly? Or are we going to get people who work in that ministry and ensure that we veterinarians are different from what we're having? It is part of political commitment. And I'm glad, again, as I said, next slide. I'm just going through some of these so that you can, next slide, please. So how do we stay ahead of all these things I'm talking about? The first thing is what you are doing now, continuing education courses, attending conferences. Then you keep yourself, there's no way you can stay where you are and know everything. When you go to conferences, when you come to continuing education, you get educated. You can, of course, sit down at home and know, but there's nothing as good as exchanging ideas with other people who have experience in other areas which you don't have. And so that you can then go back and see, even prepare yourself before the problem comes. Then you must stay informed. It's not just going on WhatsApp and looking at the nonsense that we find out there. You must stay informed about your profession. What is happening? For me, because I move in the direction of human diseases, there's no question you ask me today about what is the situation of yellow fever in Nigeria. I will not tell you. What is the situation of what are the viruses that we take, polio, or other things. You must stay informed. You must keep yourself abreast of what is going on. And then when these new technologies comes, you must. I was telling the other guy one day that I never opened a computer in my life until I was 48 years old. That's when I joined the WHO, when I first taught computer in my life. But that shouldn't happen with your generation. But today, I'm not too sure how many of you, if we start to do computer tests and looking at things, whether you will be able to beat me. Because I kept on, even though I started late, I kept on a daily basis. I learned how to do my PowerPoint. I didn't go to any school. I try and error and all those things. Stay informed, embrace technology. Don't ever be afraid of new technologies. See how you can make use of that one. And then please always collaborate with other professionals. Next slide. Next slide. Okay, so I'm concluding. I said take pride in your profession. What does that mean? It means you value your work. It means you are striving for excellence. It means you recognize the importance of your own contribution. If you don't value yourself, nobody will value you. So value your work, strive for excellence, and recognize. No, yeah. Let me just finish one more. Can you go back a bit? Sorry. Go back. I have one or two things there. Yeah. So it is more than just doing your job. It is about feeling a sense of ownership of the profession and satisfaction in what you do. It is most important. Colleagues, we must begin to come out with that pride. Next slide. Now you can turn to the next slide. But you see, we are colonized. And that's why Ngugi, he died recently, talking about decolonizing the mind. Invest in your mind. That's what he's saying, you know. And let me give you one good example. How do they describe us in Africa? They say we are resource limited. They say we are resource, what's the other word you use? Resource constrained. Are we resource limited? Let me give you a sense of resource limitation. Two examples. One, my governor is about 1.5 kilometers from his house to his office. Every morning, 3, 4, 5, 2, sometimes 4, 6 cars will follow him early in the morning and in the evening when he's going back. There's a primary healthcare center just off the road. They don't have a bicycle. They don't have anything to go and pick somebody who is sick. They work out there, have no vehicle to go and do anything. And you say we are resource limited. We are resource wasteful, we are resource squandering. And if you don't know what your problem is, then you never find a solution to it. We are not the resource limited people. We are not the resource constrained people. We are just resource wasteful and resource distant. And that's what colonial education has done to us. They call us one name and we accept it without even thinking. I mean, some of you who are sitting down here, I'm sure you have written a paper where you have said Nigeria is a resource running veterinary medicine in a resource limited country. You allow them to put you into the place where you are. And that's when they talk to you and say, think out of the box. And I say, who put me in the box in the first place? With the bondage of the box of colonialism, the bondage of the dot of debt, who put me there? Was it myself? And if I find myself, why am I still there sitting down inside the box to think out of the box? Throw the box away and think freely. We need to begin to change your attitude. Next slide. Let me talk about pride. You know, so some of you, pride is your personal responsibility in delivering excellence. Please remember that. It is something personal. It's your responsibility to deliver excellence as a professional, as an individual. You must put that in the back of your mind. And that's what is going to lift our profession up. But when I see you, see the other one, all of us delivering excellence, oh, he's a veterinarian. That's what comes to my mind. Next slide. So that let me finish. I know the time is going. Next slide. We are 2 hours ahead of you. We must take pride in our profession, my dear brother and sister. Take pride in our council. Take pride in our association. Get involved in what is going on. I don't know how many of you, some of you, when you graduated, maybe you managed to get your VCN register. They have to beg you to pay your dues or to go and do whatever it is. You wait for problem to come. In Nigeria, before we decide to run. A lion is yawning and you are waiting. By the time he finishes yawning, he's waiting to eat you up. So while he's yawning, run. That's what we call preparedness. Next slide. Next slide. Our level of excellence. Look at those two pictures. You've heard of Tiger Woods and you have of Tiger Woods. In terms of golf, which one is the excellence? We mistake the excellence of Tiger Woods for that of Tiger Woods. And we run second nature. So look at one other thing. I want to tell you a story. In 1947, India went to Canada to go and beg for penicillin to solve the tuberculosis problem we had. In 2021, it was the Canadian Prime Minister that went to India to get COVID vaccine. What happened? Both of them India and us were both colonized. Why did India move from time of independence 1947 to 2021 when it was not Canada was begging it? India now is producing 60% of the vaccines in the world. We are all colonized. So how did they move in? Why are we not using that as an example? So my brother, I'm getting to the end. The next slide, I think you have to praise it twice. I wanted to show that we have to be flexible to meet the needs of our society. If you press that thing twice, you probably see the flexible man. No, not the one. That same first slide. There's a place there. If you hit it, you see you walk around, you find a place where you press and to show you the music and the dancing. Well, if you can't get it, that's all right. But it's just walk over the slides and you see the man dancing. I can do it from my side here, and I can't, unfortunately. Anyway, all I'm trying to say is that we need to be flexible in what we are doing so that we meet the needs of our society. The next slide, I'm hoping that with what you will do, what you and I will do, would make a time will come for us to celebrate our profession. The technological advancement that is coming in, that will make us make a change, be positively different in our own, when we apply it for the One Health, for the betterment of our people. Again, that's another dancing there. If you press the bottom of the black side, you probably see you miss that. Somewhere down, keep coming down around the side at the bottom. You see some, if you hit it, you find something that will show you a clip. I can't do it from here, sorry, but that's okay, don't worry. But I just say we need to be able to do that and be able to celebrate our profession. You still want to go back. Thank you very much for your attention. I'm really so delighted that you were able to listen. Sorry about the technical hitches. I thought I could be able to bring it from here. Thank you. It's over.
Okay, thank you very much, Daddy. Thank you for the wonderful lecture. Thank you for all the advice, the counsel, like you said, if you are still wondering why you are a vet up to now, I wonder where you are going to. But that is the sad reality. Some are still wondering, why am I still in this profession? Why am I still in this noble profession? I used to tell people, I said, the best profession in the whole world is a veterinary doctor, because up to today, no private university in Nigeria is offering veterinary medicine. No state university is offering veterinary medicine. It has to take the federal might to be able to train who a veterinarian is. And honestly speaking, we have so much at our disposal that we are not maximizing. And I think the subject of today, talking about new trends, is actually an advance. Is actually very, very germane. And to hear that they bringing all these recent things to the fore shows that he is actually in touch with the profession. He is moving with the trend and is actually very correct. Thank you so much. That's wonderful. So let's get some questions out so that we can ask questions. Do we have questions on the chat box? No. Any question for Daddy?
No question.
This one? No. What's the question? Thank you for my most supporting authorized that but no regret. Without feeding us, there are no questions.
Wow, no question for Daddy. It's obvious that we sat down and we are just.
Mr. Kwang should have raised the questions because there are some questions there.
Oh, okay.
What we can see here are comments. They are not questions.
But if there's one, you can
But if there's anyone you see, Prof, you can highlight it.
No, I've not seen any.
What we are seeing is fantastic, engaging, challenging. You know, they are not questions. They are comments.
With the rapid emergence of these innovations, which recent development do you believe holds the most promise for improving clinical practice in resource-limited settings like ours?
Maybe.
That's Dr. Ezekiel Edu.
Yeah, thank you very much. For me, it depends on what area you are. If you are a small animal clinician, if you are, then of course you look into the area of pets. And I hope you can hear me. I thought I was muted. Can you hear me? Yeah, okay. So again, it depends on what area. For me, for example, if you ask me what is the area, because I'm the area of disease surveillance and this, I would say innovations in surveillance is the area that will affect me. For the clinician that is interested in treating his pets or something, you look for innovations in those areas. Drug enhancement. I mentioned something about nanotechnology, where you can deliver drugs, without any of those things, specific to the case of what you have. So because of the diversity of veterinary medicine and the different areas, you have to take innovation that follows your own specific area. I'll give you 2 examples. Any innovation that is going to improve surveillance of diseases and ensure that we can have one health together, that would be my area. But because I'm not in small animal medicine or pets or something, then the innovation for that area, each one has its own different innovation. So check your area and look at what innovation is there to advance your profession. Hello?
Yes, Prof, sir. Yes, Prof, sir. The network was breaking, maybe on my own side, I don't know.
Oh, you didn't hear what I said?
I heard most of it.
Yeah, what I said in
we heard what you said, sir.
Eh?
No,
I was saying,
it's okay.
Okay, that in summary, look at your area and see what innovations are there. The innovation in small animal medicine may not interest me in disease surveillance. So let everybody identify his own area of medicine and look at the innovation there to move on. Any more questions?
Registrar, any more questions? Prof, somebody is asking your opinion that why is it that we have only one veterinary research institute? Probably that's why we are lagging behind in some things. Do you think we should have more than one veterinary research institute?
Of course, definitely we should. That's number one. Number two, but the first thing is, how well are you using the one you have? The medical people have the National Institute of Medical Research in Yaba. We have National Veterinary Research Institute. I would rather not ask about whether we should have more. I'm asking how well have we used the one we have? Because if you don't use the one you have well, whether you make 3 or 4, it's going to be the same old story. Are we going to run research centers like we run our political situation in Nigeria? Are we appointing the right people into the place? I'm glad for NVRI. This is the first time I'm hearing they are advertising the position for the ED. It doesn't used to be like that before, Abby. So we're making some progress. We need the best from all over. Open it up for all of you to look. Let's pick our best to run the place. And I'm not saying the ones there are not doing well, but you give yourself a better chance when you open this up. There are many of us veterinarians who have gone to gain experience in different areas and who can bring all that back, contacts and all those things, into this. And so let's use the one we have well first. Then we can begin to think of other areas and then break up into this. In other countries, they have, for virtually every disease, virus diseases, spot disease, they have specific research centers. So in a way, yes, we will do. But I don't want to raise the ruffle some feathers about whether we have too many veterinary schools or we don't have. It's the same thing we can be asking also about that one. You didn't ask me about that, but one of these days I'll give my opinion. My president, you are laughing. I can see you.
It's a discussion we can't run away from as a profession. We must stand to discuss it one day very soon.
They will run away from it. Let's tackle it as it comes. I don't think there's any more questions out there. What practical solution would you suggest for establishing the world standards?
They are coming this afternoon.
I can read it. Sorry, there's a question about what standard, what procedure for running. Sorry.
Okay, from tomorrow we'll see.
What practical solution will you suggest in establishing a standard?
So the line is breaking, but I hope you hear me. The line is breaking. Yes. In those days, each state had its own. Yeah, can you hear me now? Sorry.
Yes, Prof.
Can you hear me?
I'll check the price.
Okay.
Yes, Prof.
Okay, then I can talk more about the human side, but I also know about the veterinary side. Each state had its own state laboratory, the state EP division, the state everything. But you know what has happened, and that's why governance. I mentioned something about governance. Governance is important. The first thing is, it would have created more job for all of us. You can't let one firm be the only center, that is running diagnosis in the country. Each state has to have a veterinary research lab. Whatever. Firm can coordinate, but it's not going to be running helter skelter all over the country to do diagnosis of cases that is happening in different states. No, it should be a problem at the state level. Have a good, well-running state. Look at all the other parts of the world. That's how you create more jobs for your people. That's number one. That's also the way you have a more efficient disease surveillance system. You can put all the efforts on NVRI to do all the diagnosis for us. The states must wake up and build their own labs. And let's get this thing get together, and then they can then look at the work together. So back to the states. You are veterinarians in your state. Make a case for your own state lab. That's part of governance. If the minister, if they appointed you as the director of veterinary services in your state, talk with your colleagues. How do we get this in each state having one? We can have the FBI coordinating all those activities. Hello.
Thank you very much, Daddy.
Yes,
we are so grateful for that wonderful presentation. And we want to reaffirm our earlier submission that if we are to go by listening to Daddy, from now to tomorrow we will not be tired. Wonderful lecture, exciting, always having a sense of humor to make and drive home the point. I remember the picture I saw of the lion that was yawning, and we were waiting for it to finish yawning. So thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We are so grateful, and it will be a delight to keep having you over and over again. We are going to be moving on to the next presentation now, and to give us a presentation is no other person than Professor Rauf Ibrahim Adisa. I can see him in the studio already. Professor Adisa was born in the Al-Haji Agba, Ide Agba Ilorin in Nigeria several decades ago. He was born to the family of Rauf Adio and Mama Nana Aishat. Of course, he had his primary education in 1976 and government secondary school in 1982. He attended SBS in Kwara State and then, of course, proceeded to the prestigious University of Ibadan to study veterinary medicine. He graduated in 1991. He has done so much by improving his qualifications, MSc, and also having a PhD in microbiology from University of Maiduguri, respectively. Now, he joined University of Maiduguri as a lecturer in 2007. Wow, that was where I served in the year 2003. He also is currently lecturing in University of Ilorin. He is a fellow of the College of Veterinary Surgeons, and also he is the director of Veterinary Teaching Hospital. He belongs to so many professional bodies, and he has so many grants and awards to his credit. The list is endless. I'm proud and glad to inform us that he is married to Mrs. Sherifat Titilayo Ibrahim, who is a nurse, and of course they have 3 wonderful children that the Lord has blessed them with. Ladies and gentlemen, join me to welcome my own brother, Professor Rauf Adisa Ibrahim, as he gives us the presentation. You're welcome, sir.
Good afternoon. It's my pleasure to be on this platform. More so, pairing me with my mentors, Professor Tomori. I can remember in 1991, in the University of Ibadan, he came to come and give us lecture on Lassa virus. You know, he's at the UCH. So for us to have a glimpse of him and what the knowledge, to impart knowledge on us, we always come to give the final year student a topic on a lecture on Lassa virus. And that's the time I was able to meet him physically. And it's a sign of happiness to me to be with him today, giving a lecture to his former student and now a professor. Similarly, in absentia, Professor Ahmed Musa is another person that gave me admission to do my MSc at the University of Maiduguri in 2005. He was the HOD of my veterinary microbiology and parasitology then. So it's an honor being together with them today to see one of their students becoming a professor and giving a lecture side by side with them. Thank you. My appreciation will go to the VCN, the president, the registrar, the NVMA president. It's a honor to be here to present this lecture titled Recent Advances in Veterinary Diagnosis and Research. In fact, when Prof was giving his own presentation, assuming he's in Nigeria, people will say maybe I just sent me a copy, but it's more or less a replica of what I'm supposed to present. But that notwithstanding, since I've already submitted it, I have to present it just briefly. Recent advances in veterinary diagnostic and research, being a presentation by Professor Rafu Isa Ibrahim at the VCN Continuing Education Seminar 2025, today, 10th July 2025. First of all, let's know what is diagnostic. And by the time we see this topic or title, diagnostic, what we first of all come to our mind is that it has to be concerned with the diagnostic of illness, the diagnosis of illness or other problems. Then probably a characteristic of a particular species, genus, or a phenomenon. So it can be distinctive symptoms or characteristics, or at the end of the day, people can say it's even the practice or technique of diagnosis. It may not be, it's not likely that it's not always involving machines. There are other ways and consumables that can use to diagnose a disease. And what is veterinary research? Veterinary research encompasses studies that is focused on prevention, controlling, diagnosing, and treating diseases in animals. It also explores the fundamental biology and welfare of animals. Similarly, it also includes research at the human-animal interface, such as food safety, zoonotic disease, and wildlife health, just as a Prof highlighted during his last presentation. Preamble. When I was given this topic, I don't know where to, since it's veterinary medicine, I don't know how far I should go, because veterinary medicine is very broad. So this presentation now will cover briefly the recent advances, but not limited to the underlisted field of veterinary medicine: preventive medicine, surgical procedures, diagnostic procedures, therapeutic methods, and technological breakthrough in veterinary medicine or research. I will just touch them brief, because I was given only 30 minutes for the presentation. Introduction. Veterinary medicine is evolving very quickly and rapidly. Numerous novel diagnostic methods and treatment approaches have been introduced in the past few decades. Scientific development are helping diagnostic testing in the search for improved outcomes by going beyond the genome level and considering all of its interacting variables. The quest for gene therapy and molecular diagnostic advancement to address the complexities of emerging diseases and complicated pathological states forever. Molecular diagnostics techniques such as single DNA sequence can improve sensitivity, specificity, and reliability. Meanwhile, polymerase chain reactions technology can greatly enhance specificity. Wearable devices like the smartwatches, the digital health platform, and the telemedicine. These are examples of technology innovation that have had a significant impact on the delivery of veterinary care in recent times. What are global advancements that influences veterinary practice and research? The increasing emphasis on One Health and the understanding of the relationship between the environment, the animal, and the human health are among the common advancements. Hence, to investigate new infectious illness, antibiotic resistance, and other health challenges, One Health strategy highlights the value of collaboration between the veterinarian, the human medical doctors, the environment, the environmental scientists, and the policymakers. Similarly, veterinary practice is dynamic and is changing due to technology advancement, including the application of wearables, digital health platform, and telemedicine, which improves patient monitoring, facilitates distant consultations, and improves treatment delivery. Furthermore, changes in nutrition, production methods, and adherence to ethical issues in veterinary education and research are being encouraged due to increased concerns about sustainability along with animal welfare. These global best practices underscores the necessity for veterinarians to adjust to evolving responsibilities, adjust to multidisciplinary teamwork, and ensure the health and welfare of humans, animals, and environment. Let's talk about the advances in therapeutic interventions. Novel therapeutic modalities in veterinary medicine like immunotherapy, regenerative medicine, and gene therapy stands a great promise for treating complicated illnesses and enhancing patient outcomes. Gene therapy, for instance, encompasses the introduction of genetic material into target cells in order to modify a disease process or fix a genetic fault. Recent development in gene editing technologies, such as CRISPR-Cas9, have made it easier to precisely modify the genome in animal models, which may have therapeutic implications for hereditary illnesses. Similarly, immunotherapy employs techniques like cancer vaccines and monoclonal antibodies to direct the immune system against cancerous cells or infections. Research in veterinary medicine has shown that immunotherapeutic methods are effective in treating a range of malignancies and infectious illnesses in animals. In addition, stem cell treatment, tissue engineering, and platelet-rich plasma therapy are examples of regenerative medicine that show promise for veterinary patient tissue regeneration and repair. Promising outcomes in treating musculoskeletal injuries, osteoarthritis, and other degenerative illnesses in companion animals have been observed in clinical trials and case studies. Advancement in pharmacology. The pharmaceutical industry has witnessed significant advancements in targeted therapeutics and inventive drug delivery strategies that aims to address certain diseases pathway. For example, improved drugs bioavailability, prolonged release kinetics, and tailored drug distribution to disease location. That's the benefit of using nanotechnology-based drug delivery system, such as liposomes, nanoparticles, and hydrogels. Drugs, peptides, or nucleic acids can all be encapsulated in these nanocarriers. This will enable precise control over drug kinetics and reduce side effects. Furthermore, the treatment of cancer, autoimmune disorders, and infectious illness in veterinary medicine has been transformed by targeted medicines, such as application of monoclonal antibodies, receptor-specific inhibitors, and small molecule inhibitors. Compared to conventional medicine, these therapies can be more effective and less hazardous to the body, since they specifically target important biochemical processes or cellular receptors involved in the evolution of the disease. Overall, there are potential for developing veterinary medicine and enhancing the health and well-being of animals when novel therapies and pharmacological advancements are combined. What are the advancements in surgical procedures? Modern surgical techniques and minimally invasive treatments have completely transformed the field of veterinary surgery. These procedures offer several advantages, including less surgical injuries, quicker healing periods, and better patient results. By employing a camera and specialized equipment, laparoscopy, for instance, enables surgeons to do abdominal surgery through small incisions, minimizing tissue damage and post-operative surgery sufferings. Similarly, arthroscopy minimizes harm to surrounding tissues while enabling precise intervention in the treatment of joint illness. The potential of minimally invasive surgical approaches was further extended by development in robot-assisted surgery, which offers improved ergonomics, convenience, visualization for intricate procedures. This is especially helpful for small animal delicate procedures, where accessibility and precision are crucial, such as thoracoscopic and neurosurgery. Furthermore, improvements in perioperative care, surgical instruments, and equipment has improved the standard of safety and effectiveness in veterinary surgery. Endoscopes, power devices, and high-resolution camera have equally enhanced tissue manipulations and visualization. It has boosted surgical accuracy and lessened post-operative complications. Similarly, advancement in fluid control, post-operative pain management procedures, and anesthesia monitoring devices have improved perioperative care and guaranteed patient well-being during the surgical processes. Before I go into conclusion, I would like to say something about research, which is one of the areas where we have a lot of advancement. in the 80s, if we are working on macrobiology area, especially in isolation of pathogens, probably foodborne pathogens, you know, you will need media. This media there's a lot of advancement in the use of media, because it's not only the techniques and the machines that have enhanced the advancement of veterinary services. There are other areas that are also part of advancement in veterinary medicine, especially in the media. For media, normally we know that we have liquid and solid media. We have general media, we have selective media, we have enriched media, and we have indicator media. All these were what we normally use in the 80s and the early 90s. But as time goes on, there's improvement in the use of media to be able to isolate some of these organisms without wasting much time. Initially, for E. coli, for Escherichia coli, we know that if you use eosin-methylene blue, was the one they commonly use for isolation of E. coli. But as time goes on, most of the organisms, most of the company have adapted the use of chromogenic agars, which are specifically meant for isolation of different species of organisms. This chromogenic agar give a specific color that is selective for a single particular organism. So advancement in the media composition has also increased the advancement in veterinary services. In the early 80s and 90s also, you can only be able to say this is a specific organism by using several series of biochemical tests, like triple sugar ion, the catalase test, the oxidase test, the urease test. And after some time, they now improved by using the API kit, which is a sort of biochemical test that encompasses almost many of the biochemical reactions in a kit form. The evolution of that API kit really enhances the isolation of pathogenic organisms. Similarly, in those days, you need to carry out antibiotic susceptibility testing. Usually, you do at the initial stage, you use serial dilution. From serial dilution, there was advancement to the use of multi-disc. But at the end of the day, they realized the multi-disc usually give an overlapping result that give to some extent inaccurate result. There's an improvement on it that they modify it to the use of single disc. From single disc, we're able to get a little bit of accuracy in the result. From single disc, they now still go ahead to use minimum inhibition concentration test. From minimum inhibition concentration technique, then you now go to whole genome sequencing, which is the ultimate goal now. Similarly, in those days, you need to do serotyping. You use slight aggregation technique, especially the Kaufman-White scheme, which is very laborious, time-wasting, and very, very, very cumbersome. From there was a development of PCR, polymerase chain reaction, which is very sensitive for diagnosing some of these diseases. There's advancement from the polymerase chain reaction to what we call ion torrent that use microchips. From there on, we still go to pulse field gel electrophoresis. From pulse field gel electrophoresis, we now go to whole genome sequencing. All these are a series of advancements in isolation and classification of foodborne pathogens that are of global importance. In virology, a lot of serological technique has been increasing. We have contact immunoelectrophoresis, we have ELISA technique, we have HA, we have HI, we have fluorescent, we have complemented. All these are advancements that has added value to the isolation and by a characterization of some of these organisms, be it bacteria or virus. But what are the challenges that are being faced by academicians in carrying out research? Number one, we have the issue of funding. Most of the time, you hardly go for funding and get it. And if you get it, most of the funding body in Nigeria, they give a token amount. That token, by the time you invest it in the purchase of consumables, the whole money is gone. So it's even better not to apply for it than you using your own money to eventually end up carrying out some of this research. Some of our labs are poorly equipped, and some of them that are not equipped, that have grant, that they use grant to win some of these machines. Most of the machines that are won, there are no laboratory technologies that are trained to man some of these machines. So at the end of the day, you get the lab is there with the machine, but no trained staff to man it. Also, we have absence of state-of-art equipment. We have non-availability of consumables. At times, because of we are in developing countries, or we are low and middle income country, most of the pharmaceutical or some of these companies that sells consumables, they are not always having some of the consumable around, because by the time they have it, some of them are expiring. So you need to order for it, and by the time you order for it, at times it takes months before before it can be received. So this one causes delays in some of the research, and it's have a negative impact on some of our research in the academic and the research institute. Similarly, majority of consumables are to be imported, and it takes months before it arrives. Let's say about 3 to 4 months. The problem of isolate contamination. At times, some of the people that are collaborating with advanced countries, we always have the issue of our isolate by keeping it for a long time in our laboratory, where we have electrical inconsistency. Most of the organisms, by the time we ship it and it arrives there, they are always contaminated. So majority of our partners abroad are always scared of sending an isolate, and on reaching there, by the time they decide to work on them, they become another thing entirely. So there's the challenges of isolation of storage. Many mentors have no international collaborators. So at times, some of our students, most of their researches are not at a high level, that they are not at a level that has an impact factor, an impact factor on the result that they are generating, because they lack the collaboration with other countries, from other colleagues from other countries. So in Nigeria, we don't have access to whole genome sequencing facility, except the one that Professor Iruka Okeke had in Ibadan while the grant was on. And I think by this time, the grant is up. The grant has finished. So to be able to do a very extensive and impact research in Nigeria, you need to look for somebody outside the country to be able to do that a high impact research. So in conclusion, veterinarian must be up to date with the newest information and skills through internet resources, continue professional education program, and collaborative effort between professional organization, industry, and academia. Veterinary practitioners should exploit advancement in veterinary medicine to enhance animal health, animal welfare, and public health outcome by investing in professional growth and ongoing professional education. Thank you very much. These are my references. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Raufu.
Hello, sir.
Yes, sir. That's great. Wonderful presentation there. Yes. Thank you for that wonderful presentation. Registrar, are you there?
Yes, I'm there. I was thinking Professor Hassan will.
Can you hear me?
Will take over.
Professor Hassan, Zwaka, yes.
Yes, my chairman, sir. Sorry, I've just been able to return now from that other presentation I talked about.
Yes, that's all right. You're welcome.
Yes, I can't.
Welcome back.
Hello.
Thank you, sir.
Professor Raufu, I think he's not hearing us. Can you hear us now, Professor Adisa?
Hello, can you hear me?
We're hearing you, but you don't seem to be hearing us. Maybe
yes.
you work on your audio.
I think he has muted himself.
Maybe what, sir?
Professor Adisa, are you hearing us?
Yes, I'm not hearing you. I'm having issue with my system. In fact, I'm hearing you using my phone. My network is on and off, on and off.
Okay, that's all right. While you sort it out, maybe we'll do one or two things. Yes.
Okay.
Professor Hassan Zwaka, do you want to make some comments?
Well, not really. I've listened to the presentation, and I think it's quite an interesting one. He delved into quite a number of areas, especially advances and future trends in some of these disciplinary areas, and I think I found that quite exciting. And but I believe that the question and answer session might unravel a few gray areas that individuals may want to further get a little information from Prof. But Prof did a good job.
Oh, great. Professor Raufu, are you hearing us now?
Yes, I'm hearing you faintly, but I'm hearing. I heard Professor Zwaka what he said.
Yes, that's right. So maybe you strain your ears and hear, because I wanted you to tell us how you were able to discover a new bacteria, Listeria ilorinensis, in spite of the very limited research facilities we have in the country. How are you able to identify that this is a new organism, new bacteria for that matter, out of the various Listeria monocytogenes and the rest we have? Did you do everything in Ilorin, or you had to go out of the country because we are considered a resource limited country, isn't it?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we're hearing you loud.
Yes, we can hear you. Don't go on.
Okay. What happened was that I always tell people discovery is usually by accident, because you don't look for something you don't know. But with curiosity, with persistence and diligence, to continue to do research. I was looking for Listeria monocytogenes from some of the organisms, from some of the sample. It's a self-sponsored project. Just went around collecting milk and collecting milk products. Voila. Then I now got some other organism from. I was looking for Salmonella, and at the same time, I want to use one bird to kill two, one stone to kill two birds. And in fact, I used to kill 3 birds. I was able to say, okay, since I'm using my own money, the same sample, we try to look for Salmonella, look for Listeria, and look for E. coli. So the one for Salmonella, we send it to USAID. We are able to get a good result from them, a lot of Salmonella from them. The one for Listeria, I now look for where I can partner. Then I have to look at where there's a reference center for Listeria in Paris. So I have to write Mark Liquid there, that I have some isolate that it has been difficult for me to characterize that, but I'm suspecting some of them are Listeria. So they asked me, what did I do? What did I do? How do I isolate it? I just use the normal conventional media. So I was advised to buy chromogenic agar with a lot of other agar. And some of these media, they need a supplement. Each of them, even the broth we use, need supplement. I think for the media, I spent almost close to 500,000 personal money to get them. after getting them, I was able to train to do biochemical tests that was obliged to do, then send all the isolate to them. And by the time they now go through it, they are able to detect a very strange organism that has the same. By the time they look at the phylogenetic tree, they fall in the same class, but there's not. It's not identified. It's not Listeria mori. It's not all the available Listeria. And since that place is a reference center for Listeria, all the necessary biochemical tests were positive, but not species specific. Then that's where they now use whole genome sequencing, then characterize it further, and then say, yes, this is a new strain of Listeria. What name do you want it to be given? And that's why we are able to partner and then discover it, and we have now patent it and store it at the necessary place. That was how Listeria iloriensis now came over. That's how we discovered it to be the 27th Listeria that is now known globally. Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you very much, Prof.
Okay.
Professor Hassan will continue.
Okay.
Professor Hassan Zwaka, I think he has gone down from the stage.
Maybe the network.
But we have some more questions. Yes.
Okay.
In there is a question. In a limited resource area or country like ours, we need to collaborate between faculties and inter between universities. Okay, we should be thinking of faculty central laboratory. I think it's a comment. It's a comment, except you want to comment on it.
Yes. What happened was that after the discovery of Listeria iloriensis, a lot of students that are undergoing, they are doing their research on Listeria, especially the PhD students. They are contacting me, and I make sure that I guide them, make sure that all the necessary protocol that I was given from a Pasteur Institute, I share it with them, I guide them, then I'm monitoring all of them, even though I'm not in the supervisory team of their different universities. But I want them to get the best, because we don't know. They can also stumble on the new discovery also. So I always partner with all of them. We have two of the students now, one from Unijos, one from I think Abuja. They are working on Listeria. Already they've got their isolate. We are trying, and now I link up with them at the Pasteur Institute. Now we are about, by this week or next week, they are going to ship all the isolate to Pasteur Institute for whole genome sequencing. And we hope that we get a good result.
That's amazing.
Yes. So anyone, we are open to. I'm open to collaboration. Anybody that is working on Enterobacteriaceae, say Listeria, E. coli, Salmonella, and the supervisor want them to do whole genome sequencing, you can just let me know.
Absolutely.
It's not necessary that I should be part of the supervisory team. I will be able to link them to where they can get whole genome sequencing, because I know in this climate, anything aside from whole genome sequencing, as an academician, I think we still need to do a lot of work, because there are some organisms that using PCR cannot detect. If you don't have the primer for it, you don't have positive control for it, you won't be able to get what the organism is, and it might be a new discovery. So I always encourage people to go to the level of whole genome sequencing. And since we have somebody who can link you to do it, why not do it? So we are ready to partner with anybody, that any student, any lecturer, any university that want to partner with us. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Well, that's great, Prof. I think colleagues will be interested to have a rough idea of the cost implications of whole genome sequencing. No, for listeria, those working maybe with listeria or other enterobacteriaceae. Viruses are small, but bacteria is much larger than viruses. If you want to do a whole genome sequencing, what would be maybe a budget like? Sometimes you want to prepare a budget, for research. And what should the budget be like?
So far, most of the people that I'm partnering with, you don't collect a dime. It's free.
Amazing.
Yeah, but what I always make sure we do is that we do make sure that what we are sending is what we are sending. I always train them to make sure that all the biochemical tests, all the necessary tests are done, so that if you are sending 100 isolate, if only 80, 90 are positive, it's good on their own side. But if you send 100 and almost all 100 they are not what we want, they will have wasted their time, waste their resources, and at the end of the day, they will be discouraged. So I don't want them to have that kind of issue with me. So before we even send the isolate, I always make sure that the student, we do it together. I guide them, and they will show me what they see, and I say yes, at least will be at least have about 80 to 90% assurance that what we are sending is what we think we are looking for. So that by the time they also do it there, they will always be partnering with me. Yes, if they send something from Zozo lab, yes, we are sure of getting 80% or 90% assurance of what they said they send is what they send.
Absolutely. Okay, that's great, Prof. Really wonderful. I don't know how does it feel like to be the person who discovered the new bacteria? Listeria illorinensis. I think somebody wants to discover Listeria zarianensis. That's wonderful. Congratulations again, Prof. I think colleagues,
thank you, sir.
Probably some don't know that we have Listeria illorinensis. It's wonderful. This has put us as a very formidable research country for us to have been able to discover a new bacteria that has been accepted by the rest of the world. I think this is something all of us can be proud of, and people know that we are doing some fantastic research in this country. But like you said, collaboration is key. Very important that we collaborate with colleagues within the country and outside the country. International collaboration, very, very important. That way, we can have some more visibility. That way, whatever we publish will have a great reputation, and the integrity of our research will not be in doubt. I think that is something we encourage colleagues to keep doing. Let's collaborate, even in clinical practice. Whatever you're doing, international collaboration is very important and is key. Thank you very much, Prof, for that presentation.
Thank you, sir.
The registrar, are you here? You want us to take some more questions? Otherwise, we'll start the closing process. The process of closing this CE for 2025. So,
yes,
registrar, are you there?
I'm there, sir. I think we can start the process of closing. It's been a wonderful time, and I'm sure as many as have joined have seen that there's value for money, and their times have been meaningfully engaged. One of the things that we have done in this edition is to ensure that the live streaming is being recorded on YouTube, so that we can watch the recording even after now. And I think that is what most people have been clamoring for. The Veterinary Council of Nigeria has a YouTube channel where this live streaming is being stored. So I think we can start the closing preliminaries, the proceedings. I can round up by doing the vote of thanks. Over to you, my chairman.
Thank you very much, Registrar. Colleagues, We are rounding up this beautiful day, 10th July, 2025. As I'm bringing this closing remarks and vote of thanks, let's quickly wish the former president of the Veterinary Council of Nigeria, AIG Dr. Aishatu Baju Abubakar, our former president of the Veterinary Council of Nigeria, current member of the Veterinary Council of Nigeria, a happy birthday, many happy returns. Today, 10th July, happens to be her birthday. I'm not sure she wants me to tell you her age. So we wish her a happy birthday, many happy returns. We are glad that all of us were able to join this fantastic continuing education for 2025. This is July. We'll be having another one before our national convention that will be coming up end of October. So we'll be having another continuing education. You can't afford to miss it. We'll be having it between September and October before we go for the national convention, the MVMA National Congress. So please prepare yourself ahead of time. Try to mark the date on your calendar. September, October, towards the end of September, early October, we'll be having another continuing education. Please prepare ahead of time to be part of it. Remember that continuing education is mandatory for the renewal of your annual practicing license. Your annual practicing license will not be renewed without you attending the continuing education. Blessedly, we have the videos on YouTube, so you can watch them, and then we penalize you for not attending, so you pay an extra fee, and then maybe we can consider renewing your annual practicing license. So on behalf of the Continuing Education Committee, I want to appreciate all of us, members of the Continuing Education Committee, Professor Ajayi, Dr. Usman Umar, Dr. Gani Enauro, Professor Hassan Zwaka, the Registrar of the Vet Council, and ad hoc members, Dr. Helen, Dr. John Garba. I don't know if I've forgotten anybody. Want to appreciate the Continuing Education Committee members for being very dexterous, active, energetic, and diligent. They did this work with all their hearts. And so we are grateful to all the members of the Continuing Education Committee. We want to thank especially our president, the president of the Veterinary Council of Nigeria, Professor Matthew Adamu, for giving us all the support and all the encouragement we needed for this continuing education. We want to thank all the presenters from different parts of the world. We really appreciate Professor Morion from Spain. We appreciate Dr. Benedict Olurotimi Muiwa. We want to appreciate Dr. Mary from Brazil. We want to appreciate a very elder in the profession, Professor Tomori. And want to really appreciate Professor Raufu Adisa. Wonderful presentations we've had today. Blessedly, they are on YouTube. We can watch them over and over and over again. So thank you, everybody, especially with the participants. If we had not been here today, there wouldn't be any CE. But you squeezed out time to be part of this CE, and that's why it's a tremendous resounding success. And we're glad that the videos will be archived in YouTube forever, literally. So next generation, future generations, again and again, can go over these videos and see what happened during our time, during our generation. So we appreciate all of us. Thank you immensely for being part of this CE July 10th, 2025. Gazillion thanks to all of us. Don't worry about the slides. We have the slides because I've been seeing comments about the slides. We have the slides, so we'll be able to send the slides to registered participants that have registered for this continuing education. So if by any means you were able to listen to some of the presentation and if not registered, it is not too late. You can still register today. You can still register, after now, and probably will ask you to pay the penalty, and then we can make the slides available to you. So thank you so very much, everyone, dear colleagues. Thank you, gazillion thanks, quintillion thanks to all of us for being part of this CE 2025. Registrar, over to you.
Okay, thank you very much, my chairman. We have received the gazillion and the quintillion thanks, and we are so excited. I can see the president is still there. I don't know whether he has just one word before we wrap up, sir.
Mr. President.
Registrar, Veterinary Council of Nigeria, Chairman, Continuing Education Committee, and members of the committee, members of the board of the Veterinary Council of Nigeria, the president of MVMA, all our speakers for today's CE committee. Once more, let me use this opportunity to wish our immediate past president of council, AIG Dr. Aishatu Abubakar Baju, a happy birthday, and wish her long life in good health of mind and body. I want to profoundly express my gratitude to the committee for the great jobs that they have done. The process from my own end have been seamless without any glitches and hitches as far as the internet was concerned. I hope we have all participated, and I've learned a lot from this process. Even though I'm not a microbiologist, I've been able to looked at the Brucella antigen again, RB51, RB19, and Rev1. I've taken notes as a good student throughout these sessions. But one of the things I want to take home and I want every veterinarian to do is, from the discussion of our elder, we should all take pride in this profession. And there are people who don't have pride to say, I'm a veterinarian. If you don't have pride in what you are doing, your best cannot come out. We should take pride in introducing ourselves that I am a veterinarian. Very, very critical. And so if we take pride in our profession, that is one way that we can excel in the profession. I thank each and every one of us. I thank particularly the staff of the Veterinary Council of Nigeria for anchoring this program. We don't have any consultant on the backside, on the technical side of this job. Registrar, I want to believe that we have used your staff completely to do this job without any consultancy. It means that we are building capacity of staff of the council, and they will be able to do greater job for us in the future. I want to thank all veterinarians that have been with us since morning, since yesterday at the mock session in the evening yesterday and throughout morning to today. I wish us the very best of the remaining part of today, and I look forward to feedback. We need feedback as a council. Please let us have your feedback. Those things that we're not doing well, that we can work upon them and do it better, and see topics. We need to hear from you. What are contemporary challenges that the veterinarian is facing out there in his practice, especially as a private practitioner? Because if we don't succeed in private practice, our profession is not yet doing well. It is when the private veterinarian is doing well that our profession is actually doing well. So council is here to see that we support most especially our private practitioners to do well. While law is thick in Nigeria, is because the private law practitioner is doing excellently well. If you call a senior advocate of Nigeria, you know how thick he is, not just in name, but even in his economic base. We want to see how the economic base of the private veterinarian will be enhanced, and that is when council will really be happy. Thank you very much. And on this note, I think we want to bring the first continuing education for the year 2025 to a close, while we look forward to the second edition that will take place later in the year. I wish us the very best and kind regards to our families and our staff. We want to thank all our students that have joined us during this period. I want to thank the veterinary paraprofessionals too that have joined us. We are in a business of collaboration with everyone within the livestock subsector, because veterinarians alone cannot do this job. We need to collaborate. I thank you all most sincerely for the time and the resources for linking up the last few hours of today. Thank you and God bless.
Okay. Thank you very much, the President of the Veterinary Council of Nigeria, Professor Matthew Adamu, for bringing the very, very exciting first edition of 2025 continuing education to a close. Just 3 announcements. Our YouTube channel is there. Please, we encourage all veterinarians to please subscribe. Please subscribe to our YouTube channel. Please, let's subscribe. Let's own it and let's subscribe to it. And then the second announcement is that registration is still ongoing. You can go ahead and continue your registration. Since we have the stuff saved, it can easily be shared with you, and you watch it and you also partake in all that has taken place today. And last but not the least is also to add my voice to that of the chairman of Continuing Education, the president, to wish my own very mother, Mamana AIG Aisha Abubakar Baju, OON MNI, happy birthday. Incidentally, you are very passionate about continuing education, and today it's there's no other date that will have been very appropriate to put our continuing education than a day that you are celebrating your birthday. We wish you a very happy birthday and many happy returns. We pray that Allah's guidance will be your portion. Congratulations on all the numerous laurels and awards you've been winning. Recently, you are given the title Gimbia of Bill and so many other ones. So happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. The whole veterinary community gathered on this Zoom, on this StreamYard, on the YouTube, are wishing you a happy birthday. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you very much, and God bless us.
you.